ஒரு பாதுகாப்பான பணிச்சூழலை எப்பவுமே உருவாக்குது. ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் வந்து நான் சொன்னது, பாதுகாப்பு சம்பந்தமாக நம்ம வந்து என்ன நம்ம செலவு பண்ணுறோமோ அந்த செலவு வந்து ஒரு வீண் செலவு அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு மனநிலை இருக்கக்கூடாது. இது ஒரு வீண் செலவு கிடையாது. இந்த செலவுனால உங்களோட மற்ற செலவுகள் வந்து கம்மியாகும். உங்களோட வேலையிலேருந்து வர்ற மற்ற வருமானங்கள் வந்து அது அதிகரிக்கிறதுக்கும், அதே மாதிரி இது சப்போஸ் ஒரு விபத்து ஏதோ ஒன்று பணம் செலவு பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்குமோ அதை விட வந்து நீங்கள் பாதுகாப்புக்காக செலவு பண்ணுற பணம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். அது நீங்களே வந்து யோசித்து நீங்கள் வந்து அதை கனெக்ட் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கலாம். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி இங்கே நடக்கிற இந்த கூட்டத்திலேருந்து அவங்க இந்த ட்ரைனிங்கிலேருந்து என்னென்ன வந்து உங்கள் இதில் என்னென்ன வந்து இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ண முடியும், என்ன வந்து சேஃப்டி சம்மந்தமாக பாதுகாப்பு சம்மந்தமாக என்னென்ன நீங்கள் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கீங்க, இதை வந்து இன்றைக்கி இது ஒரு நாள் இது கூட்டமாக பார்க்காம இந்த கூட்டத்திலேருந்து நம்ம என்ன எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் நம்ம என்ன வந்து நம்ம எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் நம்மளோட இதில் இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணி நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிறத வந்து நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறது என்னோட தாழ்மையான வேண்டுகோள். And I once again thank all the DG Fastly officials for organizing this event day, and let us all hope that it will be a very fruitful workshop and we'll have a lot of to this program. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now request our chairperson, Shri Sushanta Kumra Purohit, IRS EE, to give the keynote address for all of us, sir.
So, good morning to one and all. I think Joint Secretary Mr. Misra has joined already in the BC. So, respected Sri Alok Misra ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment and DG Fastly, Sri Sumit Roy, Deputy DG and CIDS DG Fastly, Sri Rajesh Sundarajan, our Deputy Chairman, BOCPA, Dr. G. Artha Nareswaran, Professor, NIT Tiruchi, and other Mr. Bipul Misra, Director from the DG Fastly, Sri Jimmy George, Traffic Manager of our port, all my colleague HODs, all the employees assembled here, and the members of the trade, members and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank Ministry of Labor and Employment and DG Fastly for taking efforts in organizing workshops in various ministries, various ports, and this is the 8th one-day workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals, and which is very, very relevant for our day-to-day operations in our port. In my earlier assignment as Joint Secretary Chemicals in the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, I was having regular interaction with DG Fastly, because in the Ministry of Chemicals, this safety is very, very important. So also, since I have a lot of experience in rail train operations, I am very much associated with safety, and safety is in fact a paramount importance in the organizations like railway and in our industrial setup. But what I understand is that the safety cannot be ensured or enforced by punishment or post-mortem or so what we have to do is that we have to have a regular counseling, regular meeting, regular interactions with the people who are involved in ensuring safety, and making those interactions and counselings interesting, interactive, and to make them that is for their own benefit and their co-workers' benefit. If you can instill that kind of feel, then the safety can be ensured. Sometime what happens, we carry our personal problems, personal thinking, personal issues, or some problem that we are facing into our work. As a result, what happens? Many times I have seen that such accident happens. So we have to also take care of our people who are involved in the safety, to see that they don't bring their issues into the work, and also we should be proactive enough to see their issues, understand their issues, and try to help their personal issues to the extent possible. Organization should explore in that direction also. And especially in the railway type of organization, I have seen a lot of accidents where some runovers, etc. happens because people are not attentive in their work, and they thinking something, and working in the work spot, they get affected with accidents. So in our port context, as you know that we have been, working to, we are at a point where our port operations are poised to have a rise and good growth. And as you see that we have already handled 41 million tons of cargo last year, and that handling of cargo will increase. And as you know that lot of expectations are there from our port, because it's advantages that we have. Lot of other facilities are also coming up, like the outer harbor, or the people are also showing the interest on shipbuilding, and also here we are having the green hydrogen hub and the offshore windmill hub, etc. So keeping that in view, and keeping in view that our operations are going to increase, we cannot afford to have any safety lapses. So as an organization, as a management, also we have to see how we can adopt new technologies, how we can take the help of AI, and to ensure that there is no safety incidences. Also, we have to have regular counseling at the work spots, and we should have, human tendencies that we tend to forget what we are supposed to do. So regular counseling, maybe in a week time, at the level of junior level supervisor, and at the periodicity can be fixed by the departmental supervisor, departmental offices, and regular safety review at senior level also has to be organized, and any kind of infrastructure that is required, as our deputy chairperson mentioned, that the safety expenditures generally we feel that we can ignore, or we can take a second thought, or we can delay. But at times, if we ignore the infrastructure that is required for ensuring safety, then we repent again. At the later when some incidences happen. So whatever safety related infrastructure is required, that has to be constructed, and there should not be any shortcut. Generally, to maintain the targets, to achieve the target, we generally at times resort to shortcut methods. So that should not at all. And safety is something which should be our habit, and which should be our behavior. So regular counseling at the level of supervisors, regular counseling meeting, and morning meeting, and interactive meeting, then circulating the related safety circulars, discussing safety circulars among the staffs, and taking their assurances that they have read those circulars. All those things have to be built in, and every day when we come to work, we should ensure that our behavior, do not create any safety hazard for ourselves as well as for our staffs who are working nearby. I am once again very much happy to see that such kind of workshop has been organized, and I will request our Mr. Vijendra Kumar. Vijendra Kumar is doing a good job in ensuring the safety, but I request that you kindly take some more effort to make more and more seminars kind of thing, workshop, and we can make small quiz competitions or some skit or some, we can arrange how to tell people about safety in a interesting manner so that it gets drilled in their so we have to engage with our people to a greater extent. So I request let us do it, and I wish the workshop a grand success, and takeaways from the workshop we will try to implement in an expeditious manner whatever takeaways is from this workshop. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries on the dais to come off the stage, sir, to have witness our VC Link speech by our Director General. Yellow.
वीडियो मेरा वीडियो मैं दिखा क्या? ठीक है ओके। तो कब स्टार्ट करना है मुझे बता देना, कब स्टार्ट करना है मुझे बता देना।
और अब मैं श्री अशोक
क्या हुआ?
मिश्रा।
हेलो
हेलो। और अब मैं श्री संयुक्त महानिदेशक जी श्रम व रोजगार मंत्रालय जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे अपना अध्यक्षीय भाषण दें। I now request Shri Alok Mishra ji.
Thank you so much. I hope I can be seen because this link is not working. Let me sort of start by saying my thanks to Shri Sushant Kumar Purohit, Chairperson V.O. Chidambaran Port. Let me also uh, thank Sri Rajesh Sundarajan, Deputy Chairperson, Dr. G. Arthanadeshwaran, Professor NIT Trichy, Sri Sumit Roy, DDG, Inspector of Dock Safety, Mr. Jimmy George, Traffic Manager, and my colleagues Vipul Mishra and Dr. Kunal Sharma, port officials, participants, and colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to address this one-day workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals being organized by DG Fastly, and VO Chidambaran and Port in Tuticorin. I would have very much loved to come there. However, due to some engagement, I haven't been able to make it. Let me try to come this other time. I'm given to understand that VO Chidambaran Port has excellent infrastructure, and it has made a lot of progress in last 10 years or so. So let me just sort of start by, Sumit must have already talked about it, that this workshop is a part of a comprehensive series of 11 workshops that we are organizing around the year, one every month, and that is conducted at every major port across the country. This initiative is led by DG Fastly, under the Ministry of Labor and Employment. Such have already been successfully connected. So this series underscores the government's unwavering commitment to ensuring safety and resilience in dock operation. By the end of this series, these workshops aim to lay the foundation for concrete strategies and modalities that bodies, port authorities, and stakeholders, including institutions, academic institutions like NIT Trichy, must adopt to make docks safer for workers, particularly in handling hazardous chemicals. Let me say that we are privileged to have technical partnership of NIT Trichy. I have worked as director for IIT enterprise in Ministry of Education, and I have a very fond memory of being associated with NIT Trichy in some of the workshops that I have been fortunate to have their participation. Your involvement is a testament to the strong collaboration between academia, industry, regulatory bodies, which is crucial to advancement of safety in our ports. The handling and management of hazardous chemical and biohazardous agents within dock environments demands a level of vigilance, and expertise that is second to none. With the rapid growth of global trade and evolving complexity of cargo being handled at our ports, it is only imperative that we stay ahead in terms of safety protocols, risk management, and emergency response preparedness. Dock operations, which are integral to our national economy, must always prioritize safety of every individual involved, as well as the protection of our environment and communities. This is something I can't really overemphasize, because something that we could think of, we could accept and tolerate probably in last century. As India is advancing, being the fifth largest economy, this is something that we cannot afford to have. So as we get reminded of the critical role that ports like VO Chidambaran Port play in India's economic landscape. Ports are gateway to international trade, handling a significant portion of goods that fuel our industries, and we are fortunate to have such a long coastline and sustain our daily sort of lives. But let me set a larger context by talking about the importance of this workshop, by emphasizing that how ports are becoming more important to international trade, and especially the global value chain, and we call it in short GVC, which is the life cycle of product manufacturing. India's merchandise trade has increased to 450 billion US dollar, and total trade is roughly in the range of 750 to 800 billion US dollar. We have economy which is 4 trillion strong, so about 20% of our GDP, the trade constitutes about 20% of GDP. Maritime sector is also at the heart of with over 95% of the country's trade by volume and 70% by value being handled by its seaports, and that's what underscores the kind of crucial role that ports like yours play in the Indian economy. And I have already emphasized that not everything is, today's global world, not everything is manufactured in one place, and that's why if we have to be part of move up the value chain in the high technology sector, we have to become part of global value chains. And global value chains, the of global value chain related trade in the gross trade has already risen to 40%, more than 40% now, and India's rank also in the logistic performance has improved significantly. We were 44th in 2018, and 2024 I'm given to understand we are 38th. So we have made significant sort of improvement, but our logistic cost, as all of you would be aware, are still very high, and we need to realize that that makes our products less competitive in the global markets. Honorable Prime Minister has already provided a clear vision for India's port infrastructure, one that integrates world-class safety standards while boosting business and trade. Last year, Prime Minister Modi had laid foundation for the ambitious Vadhavan port project in Maharashtra's Palghar district, which is a 76,000 crore project, and that will significantly enhance India's maritime capabilities. The Port Authority, I'm given to understand that Port Authority is working diligently to align its operations with the international safety standards, ensuring that it not only remains competitive in terms of business, but also upholds the highest level of operational safety. Now, we central government has been doing multiple things, and Sagamala Mala project is one which is also aiming to modernize India's port infrastructure and logistics and make us globally sort of competitive. It has also been thinking of promoting more of port-led kind of development, what we have come to call, so as to increase operational efficiency and reducing logistic cost further. We need to realize that we're still very behind in our neighbors. China, for example, has 34 major ports and over 2,000 minor ports. But we are moving with the kind of commitment that the government has shown. I think we are moving forward in a big way. Let me slightly highlight some of the issues, because and they will be highlighted during the course of of the day. Regulation remains one of the backbone of the safety, and we have a number of sort of Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act 1986 is there, and we have multiple other sort of regulations which are already in place. Compliance with regulation is essential, important, but ultimate goal is to compliance. It is about building that culture of safety in everything that we do, every procedure, every action, every sort of decision that we make. That sort of that creating that culture of safety, that is quite sort of important. That is something that can elevate our safety standards to meet the demands of the evolving global landscape. So we need to think beyond rules and regulation, and I'm sure that technology and innovation plays a very key role here. It is a game changer for dock safety, and we are improving on technology part with innovations such as real-time monitoring systems, automated handling equipment, and advanced safety controls. I think we have more tools than ever before to mitigate risk. NIT Trichy, I'm sure that it has been involved in cutting edge research, can help in bringing innovative solution to the table. DG Fastly is always there, that can significantly bolster, improve the safety technologies in port operations. I think we need to have NIT Trichy's partnership, and I would request both NIT Trichy and VO Chidambaram Port to really sort of not only take this collaboration with NIT Trichy forward, and also to collaborate with other academic institutions and industry, so that we can bring that industry academia sort of collaboration. And we, DG Fastly, rest assured that will always be there. Any help, any sort of support that is needed from our side will be helping you in all possible ways. Also highlight that why human element is so critical to to enhancing security, safety, because technology does play essential role, but human element remains crucial. So proper training and the competence are the bedrock of safety in any hazardous environment. And I think this is something that this workshop will provide some kind of opportunity for that skill enhancement, with experts sharing their best practices on safe handling, storage, and emergency response. So, I'll urge each one of you to take full advantage of the sessions which are ahead, as knowledge gained here could make a critical difference in not a difference in the real world situation. I'm also sure that while we can have all safety protocols, planning for unthinkable, which is emergency, is sort of quite sort of important, and how well developed our emergency response system, that plays quite a critical role, because tragedies or accidents is something that be avoid, but sometime once they happen, what decides the final outcome in terms of how safe we are able to keep our workers, our environment, depends on the kind of emergency response sort of systems we have. So I'm confident that by working together, we can make significant strides towards ensuring the safety of our ports. We can create a safer, more secure environment for our dock workers and for all those who are involved in port operation, while maintaining the efficiency and competitiveness. Let me once again thank the chairperson, the vice chairperson, NIT Trichy, and all the colleagues who are making this workshop successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The stage to have a group photo session, sir. Thank you, all of you, sirs and madam.
Hello. I thanks to Chairman sir, Deputy Chairman sir, and DG Basli team for this function, participating in the function and inaugurated this occasion. Hello. Hello. Sir.
आज का शेड्यूल नाउ स्टार्ट तो हिसाब से लेट चल रहा है ना थोड़ा टी टाइम चल रहा है ना टी दे रहे ना कहीं गए नहीं लोग अच्छा सर से क्लियर कर लीजिए क्योंकि ये टी तो टेबल पे मिला है अपना चलता रहेगा टी यही है
Hello. You can start it, sir. No problem. 11:30 we can start. 1 to 5 minutes. Hello. Hello.
See that registration form we have printed. Just you know that not filled registration form and written name register. Kindly fill the registration form and sign. Just announce.
Right. இந்த டீ குடிக்காதவங்க டீ குடிச்சிட்டு சீக்கிரமாக வாங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செஷன் வில் பி ஸ்டார்ட் நவ் வித்தின் 5 minutes. the registration form உங்கள் கையில் இல்லை அப்படின்னாச்சுன்னா திருப்பி அங்கே ரிசப்ஷனில் இருக்குது, அதில் ஃபில் பண்ணிவிட்டு அவங்ககிட்டே கொடுத்துருங்க. நீங்கள் ஏற்கனவே ரிஜிஸ்டரில் சைன் போட்டிருப்பீங்க, இல்லைனா பேப்பரில் சைன் போட்டிருப்பீங்க. ஸோ கைண்ட்லி டேக் நியூ ரிஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ஃபார்ம் which are not signed earlier. டீ அங்கே இருக்குது, ரைட் சைடில் இருக்குது, அந்த மரத்துக்கு கீழே இருக்குது. டீ குடிச்சிட்டு சீக்கிரமாங்க. வித்தின் 5 minutes the first session will be start. So kindly cooperate with time. Yes sir, guest tea, cool drinks, everything is there. Okay. Coconut. ஹலோ பார்ட்டிசிபெண்ட்ஸ் அந்த அந்த இடத்துல உட்காருங்க, நிற்க வேண்டாம். ப்ளீஸ் சீட்டட், ப்ளீஸ் பி சீட். The first session will be started now. The regulatory frameworks presenter Sri Sumit Roy sir, DG Postlay. The first session will be started now. Sri Sumit Roy sir, DG Postlay, Mumbai. Sir will take the first session about the regulatory frameworks. All are come inside place and keep quiet. Put the phone in silent mode. Put your mobile in silent mode, please. தண்ணி பாட்டிலெலாம் முடிஞ்சிச்சுன்னா அந்த ஸ்நாக்ஸ் சாப்பிட்டது எல்லாம் இருந்துச்சுன்னா டஸ்ட்பின் வெளியில் இருக்குது, அதில் கூட போட்டுருங்க. கோஆப்ரேட். From traffic is here or not? போய் பூட்டிட்டு வந்தேன். அது இது எல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணு. The first session will be started. Sri Sumit Roy sir from DG Postlay will take about this regulatory framework. Welcome sir, please.
Good morning once again to all the participants. I hope everyone is back after the break. So let us start with the first technical session for today's workshop. So which is on the overview of national and international regulations on dangerous substances. Next slide, please. So the outline of my talk will be briefly, I will take you through our organization, how we are related to the safety of the dock workers, what is our overall mandate, followed by what is the national and international framework on OSH that is applicable and available with us, and a brief overview of the applicable Dock Workers Act and regulations on the dock works in the ports. Next, please. So this is about DG Fastly. We are an attached office at the technical arm of the Ministry of Labor and Employment. And we are a multidisciplinary organization. We are having occupational safety and health experts with us, which comprises of the engineers, medical doctors, industrial hygienists. And apart from that, basically our organization structure, we are headquartered in Mumbai with 6 regional labor institutes spread across the country, covering the entire demographic of the country. So we have divided the regions, entire country into different regions, and each region the RLIs are located. And for our enforcement functions, we are having the inspectorates of dock safety. So basically 2 roles has been vested on us as per the allocation of business rules. We are into the advisory role for the manufacturing and the port sector on occupational safety and health. Apart from that, for the enforcement of the dock safety statutes in the major ports, we are into the enforcement responsibility also. In our advisory roles, we are giving advice into the national policy framing and the entire framework that is available. We are advising the central governments and also the state governments that how the policy should be directed to regulate the OSH in the country. The legislative framework that we are administering, the first is the Factories Act, which is the central enactment applicable to the manufacturing sector. And the state governments, they have been given the powers, the authority to enforce this act and their state rules throughout their state. The next OSH aspect that is regulating the activity is the dock works, which is regulated by the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of 1986. And this regulation that is framed 1990. Next, please. So this is the historical perspective, the journey that has taken place of DG Fastly. Initially, our office, it was named as the Chief Advisor of Factories. It started in Delhi in 1945. And the purpose was to advise the government on the policy framing, especially related to coordinate the inspection services under the Factories Act. And our headquarters was shifted from Delhi to Mumbai in 1966. And the roles and responsibilities also kept expanding over the period of time. From accordingly, it led to redesignation of the name of the organization as the Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labor Institutes, abbreviated as DGFAS-LI. So the evolution journey of DG Fastly through the time, you can see from here, 1945, followed by the first Labor Institute was set up in 54. The foundation stone was laid. Our institutes are at Chennai, Kanpur, Kolkata, CLI, Central Labor Institute in Mumbai, Faridabad, and the latest in our organization, we are having a Regional Labor Institute at Shillong as well. Next slide, please. So for the enforcement functions, the inspectorates of dock safety, we are having 11 inspectorates of dock safety in all the major ports, covering the major ports. Basically, the regulation is for all the major ports, the central government is the appropriate government for enforcing in the major port, and for remaining ports, the states are the authorities. So this is how we are enforcing the act, that is the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act and Regulation 1990 in the 11 major ports. We have divided the entire coastline of the country into 3 regions. So as you can see from here, the Mumbai region, it covers the Mumbai Port Authority, then the Kandla Port Authority at Kandla, Jawaharlal Nehru Nhava Sheva, it is near to Mumbai, and Marmugao Port Authority, it is in Goa. So the Chennai region, we are having the Chennai Port Authority, the Menu Mangalore, and here in Tuticorin, the VO Seaport Authority, then the Cochin Port Authority, and the Kolkata region is covered from, is having the jurisdiction over Authority, Vishakhapatnam Port, and the Paradip Port. So this is how the entire enforcement function, the regions has been divided for enforcement of the Act and the regulations. Next slide, please. So what is the national framework on occupational safety and health? Why this occupational safety and health needs to be regulated, where from the mandate comes from. So the main driving force in our country for occupational safety and health activities come from the apex law, the apex legislation, that is the Constitution of India. So under this constitution, there is a chapter which is named as the Directive Principles of State Policy, wherein it mentions that the state, that is the policies of the government, should be directed towards what? The policies of the government should be directed towards what? So that is contained under the Directive Principles of State Policy, and this forms the very guiding force for us for regulating the OSH at the national level. Next slide. So how this framework of OSH in India is set up, if we go through this constitution, the Article 21 of the constitution, it says that the government's policy should be directed towards protecting the life and liberty of the workers. Article 39E says preventing abuse to the workers' health. 42 is ensure just and humane conditions of work. 43A secures worker participation in the safety management of the industries. And accordingly, the Ministry of Labour and Employment, as per the Government of India allocation of business rules, we are the ministry for ensuring the workers' safety and health. So all the OSH statutes which is applicable to the different sectors, so like for the manufacturing sector, we are having the Factories Act. For the dock works, we are having the Dock Workers Act. Similarly, for the mines, we are having the Mines Act and the BOCW Act. So all this act which is on OSH and regulating the specific sector of economic activity, that comes within the mandate of the Ministry of Labour and Employment. And other ministries also, you will find that they have enacted certain statutes, but again, those statutes focus on certain equipments or certain substances, like you have the Petroleum Act or the Explosive Act, the Boilers Act. So they are also regulating the safety and health, but safety of the equipment or any substance. Next slide, please. So this is how the journey of regulating the safety and health in dock works began. With DG Fastly, that time it was the chief advisor of factories. DG Fastly actually drafted the Indian Dock Laborers Regulations in 1948. That was under the Indian Dock Laborers Act. And we started administering the regulations from 1948. In the 5 major ports, in 1948, there were only 5 major ports in the country. That was in Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Cochin, and Vishakhapatnam. And we had 3 inspectorates of dock safety that was set up at that time at Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai. Now, if you can just cross-link, these 3 inspectorates are now our regional inspectorates. And besides these regulations, the Dock Workers Scheme 1961 that was framed under the Dock Workers Regulation of Employment Act of 1948. This was also enforced by us through our IDS offices in the major ports. And subsequently, 6 more major ports have come up, namely the major port at Paradip, Tuticorin, New Mangalore, Mamugao, Kandla, and Nhava Sheva. And all these ports have now been declared as the major ports. Next slide. So there was the first commission on labor. The recommendation of that commission, after the recommendation of the commission, a common comprehensive law, because you can see through the previous slides, there were so many acts and regulations that was being made applicable. So this labor commission, it recommended that you should be having a comprehensive law for regulating the safety and health for the dock workers. So after this, based on the recommendation of this commission, the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of 1986 was enacted, and it was made applicable from 15th of April 1987. So this act is still enforced. As on date, we are enforcing this act only. So under this act, there is a set of comprehensive regulations, which is again called the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Regulations of 1990, which was framed and brought into force with effect from March 1990, and thereby repealing all the earlier regulations. So as on date, we are having the Act of 1986 along with the regulation of 1990. And this new act and regulation, care has been taken, and it is in line with the ILO Convention 152, which is concerning safety and health in dock work. Next slide. So this is just a depiction of the legislative framework. On the apex, you find the act, and drawing powers from the act, the rules has been framed, rules of 1990, as well as the regulations of 1990. Now, the basic difference between a rules and a regulation is more of a technical in nature. Rules is having more of a administrative provisions. Okay. Next slide. Now, the dock safety legislations and the major dangerous goods regulations, there are many acts and rules and regulations which in some way, either directly or otherwise, we are regulating the safety and health of the dock workers through these regulations. So the act we have just discussed, it provides for the safety, health and welfare measures for the dock workers who are engaged in dock works. And now what is a dock work? That we should be having a very clarity in our mind. So as per the provision of the act, the dock work has been defined as means any work in or within the vicinity of any port in connection with or required for or incidental to. See, it's a broad network. Either it is directly you are carrying out the work, or you are carrying out a work which is incidental to the loading, unloading, movement or storage of cargoes into or from the ship or any other vessel, port, dock, wharf, any storage place, including your landing places. And it also includes work in connection with the preparation of the ships or other vessels for receipt or discharge of cargoes or leaving the port, and also the activity of the chipping, painting or cleaning of any hold, which many times takes place when they discharge the cargo in the port area itself. They carry out such type of activities. So for the safety and health during that type of activity, the definition of dock work includes this activity also. So this act is supplemented by the regulations of 1990. It is focusing on the operational safety and welfare part, including the dangerous goods handling at the docks. And key provisions, maybe we will go through some of the key provisions in detail, like safe use of lifting equipment, regulation of the dangerous goods handling, safety of the lifting machinery, then occupational health services for the dock workers, lighting and housekeeping requirements. The requirements are there. We will go in detail. It is being, both the act and the regulation being enforced by the DG Fastly in the major ports. Next slide. Apart from these two acts, which is primarily focused on regulating OSH of the dock workers, we are having certain other acts and rules also, which not directly, but in a way it is applicable for dock work. Like we have the manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules of 1989, framed under the Environmental Protection Act. And basically this rule regulates the handling, storage and import of hazardous chemicals, including dangerous goods. So some of the key provisions are identification and classification of hazardous chemicals, on-site and off-site emergency plans you need to have, and you need to conduct the safety audits and reporting of chemical accidents. Though the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry for this rule, but for the major ports, the enforcement has been given to DG Fastly. Then again, we have the central water maker rules. I think all of us, we are very much aware because we know that we have, when we are driving a vehicle, we need a vehicle registration certificate or a driving license or whatever it is. So it basically contains those provisions, but if we go through the rule, it is in one way regulating the transport of hazardous and dangerous goods on roads. If you go to, in fact, to rule number 9, it prescribes the education qualification for drivers of goods carriages carrying dangerous or hazardous goods. So for transporting of the hazardous and dangerous goods, a mandatory driver training is required. Your vehicles needs to be certified for transporting that particular type of hazardous substance, and you need to have in place emergency response procedures in case of accidents, and the enforcement is with the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Similarly, we have the Merchant Shipping Act of 1958, which is basically regulating the dangerous goods. It governs the transport of dangerous goods by sea and ensures their safe handling, packaging and stowage in compliance with the international standards, especially if we focus on Part 9, which is on safety, carriage of dangerous goods. You have got plans for stowing and the fixing of the maximum capacity. I think all of us very well understand what is the stowage. You need to have a plan, your rigging plan or a storage plan, that how you will be storing, how you will be rigging the goods around. So all this provision you will find under this act. Regulations for dangerous goods transport on ship is a key provisions, and it is also prescribing the requirement for stowage, basically the safe stowage. That is the segregation of incompatible goods. What is incompatible? Means you find there are certain hazardous substances or some chemicals which, if they come in contact with each other, can result into some catastrophic situations. So these are called as incompatible goods. Basically you have an incompatibility chart. So that incompatibility chart you should be having, you should be following, and you should, it also regulates the emergency procedure for dealing with dangerous goods on ships. The enforcement is with the DG Shipping. Next slide, please. Then we have the Indian Ports Act. When we go through the act, we find that it regulates the operations and safety in the Indian ports, including the handling and storage of dangerous goods. And the key provisions are provision for handling dangerous goods in the ports, regulation of the storage and movement of hazardous substances, and port safety inspections enforced by the Ministry of Ports, Shippings and Waterways. Petroleum Act and the rules are there, which again regulates the import, transport, storage, handling of the petroleum products, provides for licensing, provision is there for storage and handling of such products. Safety measures for handling the flammable petroleum that is prescribed under these rules and enforced by the Ministry of PNG. The Explosive Act is there, which governs the manufacture, possession, use, sale, transport of the explosive, and also the import of explosives, which are categorized as dangerous. So you have the licensing and regulation of the explosive materials, you have safe storage and transport of explosives, and handling and using restrictions in ports and other locations handling. So the enforcement authority is by the Petroleum and Explosive Safety Organization. Next slide, please. And the International Maritime Dangerous Good Code, IMDG code, this is basically, the code has been notified by the IMO, that is the International Maritime Organization, and there is a notice of 2010 which prescribes the safe carriage of dangerous goods by sea in accordance with the provisions of IMDG code as amended. So it prescribed, it is basically developed as an international code for the maritime transport of dangerous goods in packaged form, and you will find there is a list prescribed in it, prescribing the list of dangerous goods, and it sets the international standards for the transport of dangerous goods by sea, applicable to all the Indian ports and dock safety involving dangerous goods. Key provisions are classification of dangerous goods and then emergency response guidelines, enforcement with the DG Shipping. Next. Then coming to the international standards that are available, I am sure all of us, we are aware of the International Labour Organization, which is a specialized agency of the United Nations. And ILO has framed standards, international labour standards, and such labour standards are concerning, some of them are concerning the safety and health of the workers as well. So especially focusing on the OSH during dock works, we find there are two major conventions. One is the ILO Convention 32. They call all their standards as conventions, protocols, codes of practices, and recommendations. So this is a convention. Every convention you have a linked recommendation also. 32, convention number 32 is Protection Against Accidents Dockers Convention. And if we go through the convention article 12, it says that the national laws, whosoever country you adopt the standard, you are having so many standards you are complying with, maybe you are having the ISO 9001 or the 45001. All standards, they are voluntary. But once you ratify those conventions, it becomes binding on you. So similarly, this convention says that if a country who is ratifying this convention, the national laws or regulations on should be existing, which should ensure proper protection of the workers when they have to deal with work in proximity to goods which are in themselves dangerous to the life. Similarly, ILO Convention 152, which is on occupational safety and health in dock work, Article 32 of this convention especially focuses on the dangerous cargoes, it says that shall be packed, marked and labeled, handled, stored and stored in accordance with the relevant requirements of the international regulations applying to the transport of dangerous goods by water. And adequate measures shall be taken to prevent exposure of workers to toxic or harmful substances or agents or oxygen deficient or flammable atmospheres. Many times it happens that we are working in an oxygen deficient environment, like in a confined space. So we should be careful about it. Next slide, please. Apart from these two conventions of the ILO, we are having the SOLAS Convention, the International Convention of 1964 for the safety of life at sea. And Government of India is party to this convention as amended. And the major provision is the carriage of dangerous goods in packaged form shall be in compliance with the IMDG code. We have just now discussed what is the IMDG code. So mostly all the IMDG code has been adopted into this SOLAS Convention. Again, the Maritime Labour Convention is an ILO convention. The necessary information on the nature of the substance, the risk involved, and the necessary PPEs, the relevant medical procedures, and the specific antidotes, all this should be made available to the seafarers. Marpol Convention, I think all of us we have heard, though not directly related to OSH, it is basically related to the pollution at sea. Again, it has got the guidelines for reporting of incidents involving dangerous goods. So through this, we see that there are a lot of framework is already available with us, either in the form of a law or in the form of a standard, or providing us the guidelines to regulate the OSH in the dock works. Next slide, please. So now coming to the national framework, what is applicable on our ports, the Indian ports. That is the Act of 1986 and the regulation of 1990. So as I told you, the Act gives the enabling power. Under it, the technical provisions are made under the regulations. So regulation of 1990 contains the technical provisions. So if we go to the provisions, I have highlighted some of the key aspects over here, like regulation number 9 to 18. 9 to 18 is on safety of workplaces. So it says that you need to provide a clean, non-slipping area, fencing of the dangerous places, any ditches, pits, trenches are there, that should be properly fenced. Railings and fencings should at least 1 meter in height, and towboard should not be less than 15 centimeters high. Sometimes you are working on staging. You are aware of the staging part. So sometimes you are working on the staging. When working on the staging, what should be height of the railings and what should be the height of the towboards. So that is already prescribed under the regulation. Staging should be sound and properly maintained. And for staging which is more than 2.5 meter high, safety belts and lifelines is to be used. Similarly, life-saving appliances should be available for rescue from drowning. And all areas should be properly illuminated. The values that is prescribed is minimum 10 lux of general illumination. That is, 10 lux is the amount of illumination you should be having in those areas which is not continuously occupied, but again where your dock workers, they happen to pass by, like in the corridors. But in a workroom or in a place, suppose this is the workplace where the people are working, the dock work is actually out by the dock workers, there you should be having minimum 25 lux of illumination. Adequate fire protection should be available, and you should be having protection from the harmful effects of excessive noise that is prescribed under the Schedule 7. 85 dBA is the maximum limit that is prescribed under this. Next slide, please. Then going from regulation 19 to 23, it is on safety in the warehouses. Now, many times you find that there are many reportable or say non-reportable incidents also in the storage area, in the warehouses. So, the regulation prescribes that the warehouses should be sound in construction. The maximum load per square meter that can be kept on the floor, that should be clearly displayed at the conspicuous places, so that when a worker or the people or the dock worker who are working over there, they should be aware what maximum load this surface can bear. And regulation 24 to 28 is the means of access. You need to have a safe means of access to the ship. Your accommodation ladder or your gangway should not be less than 55 centimeters. So you will time and again find that there are certain numerical prescriptions in this regulation which should be complied with. And again, this means of access should be wide, sound material, maintained in good condition. Access between ship or any other vessel, it should be adequate and safe means of access should be provided. If the level of level of depth between the deck and the bottom of the hold, all of us, we are aware what is the deck on the ship and what is the hold. Though from the deck to the bottom of the hold, if the depth exceeds 1.5 meters, you should be having safe means of access. For man hatches should also be provided in such cases. Minimum dimension that has been prescribed in the regulation is 60 by 60 centimeter. Next slide, please. Regulation 39 again provides for the dangerous and harmful environment. Any hold which carries any explosive, poisonous, noxious or any gaseous cargo or fumigated cargo. Now this is again a very dangerous sort of a thing, fumigated cargo. If you don't reveal the information, you know, sudden entrapment or sudden you get overpowered with some toxic substance. So fumigated cargo is very much dangerous, or any condition of asphyxiation is occurring. A place is there where a condition of asphyxiation is there and you need to carry out a dock work over there, then it should be certified safe. It should be certified safe to carry out, unless you have a clear certificate that the dock work can be carried out in such areas, the dock work should not be allowed. Apart from this, you should be using suitabilities when exposure to any quantities is involved. Regulation 40 to 50, lifting appliances and loose gears. So for the lifting appliances, it shall be of a good construction, maintained in good repair, efficient brakes capable of preventing fall of a suspended load, ease of control of lifting appliances. See, there are certain do's and don'ts. Many of us must be aware, like you should never leave a overhanging load. If you need to take a break or a rest or something, you should always bring down the load. In case of a power failure, you should always be having a system which, suppose there is a power failure, the load should not come down quickly with a thud, just like a free fall. There is a brake, and it will lower the load at a constant speed. It's a slow speed, but it will lower the load at a constant speed till it rests on the ground. So all these are the things which you should be taken care of. And there is a statutory all your LAs, that is the lifting appliances, tested and examined. And the procedure for such testing and examination, that is the manner of test and examination, is prescribed under the Schedule 1 of the regulation. Similarly, you should be provided with automatic indicator of the safe working loads, which should be capable of warning the operator if at all the SWL is getting exceeded. And ship shall carry current certified rigging plans. Now this is very much important. I don't know, many of you must be knowing it, but the rigging plans are very much important. What are the rigging plans? They are basically the plans which the loading port, where the port from which the cargo is getting loaded, they are having a certified rigging plan. They will load the cargo at the port of loading as per the rigging plan. They will certify that it is being loaded with as per the rigging plan only. When the ship comes at the port of discharge, then again that rigging plan is to be studied. You should be known. And the entire activity of unloading should be supervised to see that the unloading activity is being carried out as per the rigging plan. Okay, so this is very much important. And the ship shall carry the current certified rigging plans. Next slide. About the loose gears, again, the provision is same like the general provisions of having a good construction, maintained in good repair. If you are using chains for lifting, and if you find that there is an increase in length, original length increased by 5% or more, that means that chain has lost its integrity. You should be discarding that chain, not to be taken into use. And for any magnetic lifting device, the voltage of electric supply, it should not fluctuate more than plus minus 10%. Tested and examined again as GLAs also should be tested and examined, and the procedure for that manner of testing is given under the Schedule 1. You should be, if you are using the wire ropes, if you find that the total number of visible broken wires exceeds 10% of the total number of wires. Okay, now all these things again, the competent person is going to see and he is going to certify. But you have to see that if the visible broken wire is more than 10% of the total number of wires, then again, that wire has lost its integrity, should be taken out of service. Is it clear? And the register of the periodic test and examination, there is a statutory form, Form 2 in the regulation. That register should be maintained, wherein you basically control all your LAs and LGs. And every LA and every item of LG should be clearly marked with the safe working load. No LA LG should be used which does not clearly displays the SWL of the LA or LG. No chain or wire rope having a knot to be used in dock work. Now this is very much important. I don't know how much, it's a very common situation while carrying out the dock work, and many of us know also that it is not allowed, but still we are sometimes, for whatever may be the reason, we are allowing to carry out the work. No. All these points where such type of knots are getting created, they are actually the points of stress concentration. When you are loading that particular chain or the wire rope, the maximum stress will be at these knots. And it is very, there the integrity is lost. And actually the lifting capacity of that chain or that rope is lowered. So if you are using that, and suppose there is a jerk loading, say there is a jerk loading, it is very highly possible that the chain or that rope will break, and it will break from this point only. So be cautious while using such type of chains. Next slide, please. Now, dangerous goods that has been defined under the regulation, under regulation number 2H. It says that any cargo which is having a characteristic of explosiveness, inflammability, radioactivity, toxicity, corrosive cargo, or any other similar characteristics, that is one point, which is classified as such by international or any national standard to be dangerous cargo, or and which may cause injury or adversely affect the human system or loss of life or property while handling, transporting, shipping, or storing. If any of your cargo is meeting these three criteria, they say it is a dangerous good. Dangerous good as per regulation of 1990. So, next slide, please. Under regulation 76, there is a schedule of, that has been prescribed for your dangerous goods. And all the dangerous goods you should be able to classify in any one of the 9 classes. Like your first class 1 is the explosive, class 2 is the gases, which may be the compressed, liquefied, dissolved under pressure. Class 3 is the inflammable liquids, 4 is the inflammable solids. Again, 3 subclasses are there. Class 5, 2 subclasses are there for the oxygen substances and organic peroxides. 6.2 again 2 for poisonous substances, infectious substances. And we have the 7th class as the radioactive substance. 8 is, and 9th is miscellaneous dangerous substance. Now, what is miscellaneous? Miscellaneous includes anything. So, what is miscellaneous is where you cannot classify your cargo under any one above 8 classes, but experience has shown that this particular substance has created sort of a hazard or a danger and ought to be classified as a dangerous good. Such type of dangerous goods should be classified under class 9. Next, please. So, for regulating the handling of dangerous goods, you will find regulation number 76 to 82 of the regulation 1990. It should be handled and stored under supervision, suitably packed and labeled. Now, what is this labeling part? Can anyone just why this labeling is required? Labeling should convey the hazard communication. We are not interested into any, any business or in trade secrets, but the hazard communication should be there through the labeling. So, dock workers should be informed on the nature and the special precautions while handling such type of dangerous substances. Similarly, dock workers should be provided with the protective equipment. They should be specially trained dock workers to handle spillages. Many times you find your broken containers or a damaged container is there. So you should be having specially trained dock workers to deal with that situation. Any incompatible dangerous good, that should not be stuffed together. Similarly, for explosive and inflammable cargo or other dangerous goods, you have risk of explosion from the current, from any nearby electrical equipment. Make sure that the circuit is made dead. Or if at all you are using maybe some sort of a hand tool over there, or any tools, that should be of a non-sparkling type of a tool, and adequate measures for fumigated cargo or corrosive substance should be taken. For broken and leaking containers, if the cargo produces any dangerous gas or vapor, use the respiratory PPEs. Area should be well ventilated. If the cargo is corrosive, then you should be having a suitably absorbent or neutralizing material to be used for cleaning. And any spillage or leakage of the dangerous goods, it is to be statutorily reported to the Inspector of Dock Safety as per Regulation 91(4)F of the regulation. Next slide, please. So this is the provision for reporting of the accidents and the dangerous occurrences. Regulation number 91(4), accidents causing loss of life or disability from work for the rest of the day. These are classified as the reportable accidents. Apart from this, we are having terminology that is used is the dangerous occurrence. Now, dangerous occurrence is an event which takes place, which may or may not involve any injury, which may or may not involve any human injury. But otherwise, even if it is happening, you have to statutorily report to it. So there are total 9 classes of dangerous occurrences that has been prescribed under this regulation. Like you have the collapse or failure of the lifting appliances or conveyors. You collapse or subsidence of any wall, floor, gallery, means any part of a building or a structure. Then explosion of a pressure vessel or explosion or fire causing damage to any place, or collapse, capsizing, toppling, or collision of the transport equipment. Even spillage or leakage of dangerous goods from the containers, and containers get damaged. That is also a dangerous occurrence. Breakage, buckling, or damage of the freight containers. So all these are the 9 categories of the dangerous occurrences which you should be reporting upon because it is required under the regulation. Next slide, please. So in order to summarize the discussion, we are having, various, we have seen that we are having so much various national and international laws providing guidance to ensure the safety of the workers and prevent accidents by effectively managing the dock work environment. And then hazard management at the local and the national levels, there are laws for the proper management of hazardous materials in the workplace to protect. The applicable laws, what we need to remember is the Act of 1986, Regulation of 1990, and any other national law which is regulating incidental aspects of safety and health of dock workers. Like we have seen so many lot of set of laws like the motor vehicle and all that. They are otherwise, some way or the otherwise, regulating the safety of the dock workers. The international instruments that we have gone through is the ILO Convention of 152, which specifies the minimum safety standards for the workers in the dock work. We have the International Maritime Organization, like we have read the IMDG code, which has been provisions of this IMDG code adopted into the SOLAS convention. And for any safety and violation, yes, in many cases, dock worker safety is overlooked. Accidents. In such case, a lack of safety gear or insufficient standard operating procedures and insufficient training, they are the major problems that has been noticed. So even though we have a framework of the national and international laws exist, non-compliance, it remains a major challenge, because what we tend to say is that what in fact I during my talk have discussed, that is the regulation. Regulation will only provide you the minimum amount of standards, is the bare minimum standard that should be followed. Again, I say that is the bare minimum standard that should be followed. That is not the best standard. Law will only mandate what is bare minimum requirement. To achieve excellence, you have to go beyond the law, right? So with that intention, not, yes, definitely taking care of the, because it forms the backbone of any economic activity, you have to take care of the applicable law, but again, you have to go beyond the law to achieve excellence in your operations. So with that, thank you very much. And if there are any questions, then I am now open for your questions.
Hello. Any questions, please? Sir is asking any questions.
I'm sure I have not too much bored you. In fact, just tried to make you aware of some critical aspects. Other subject of law yes, at times it's critical and people feel it somewhat sluggish, but yes, again, I have tried to put it in a simpler way. So any questions?
Mic, please give a mic.
Okay. Okay, then if there are no questions, then thank you so much for giving me a patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The second session, the occupancy safety and competence building, presented by our Dr. Kunal Sharma, sir. DG Bhosle, Mr. Kunal Sharma, sir. He will take the second session about occupancy safety and competence building. Welcome, sir.
Working. So good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Kunal Sharma, and for the chemical part, we required certain competence and supervisions wherever we are going to handle hazardous cargo. The issue is that we have to first understand why we are talking about the hazardous cargo, hazardous chemicals, because right now, if I ask a rough figure to anybody of you, how many number of chemicals are there in the world present? So any rough figure from anybody? Can you please give the mic to people? Mic to somebody? Any rough estimation of number of chemicals present in the world? Any assumptions? 100? Mic please, Mas.
118, sir.
118, okay. Any other assumptions? It could be more than that, 118, any on the upper side? 118 is not the right figure. We have more figure. Any other assumptions? In thousands, something like that. So okay, I will let you know. There are more than 650,000 chemicals present in the world, and it is going to increase day by day, because it is not only about the one chemical, the formulation, the precursors, the other things are there. So it is very much required for the competence and supervision, which type of chemicals are we handling. I will start because before joining Ministry of Labor, I was working in Ministry of Home Affairs, and I was master trainer of NDRF over there. Even I have trained Indian Army and people like this. So 2017, again as a responder, we have to go for the response part wherever accident took place. So chemical, again it is the sub-theme is emergency response. We have to focus upon what emergency could come in the premises of ports. So I will just give you a live example where we have encountered this thing. So what happened, I was sitting in Delhi, the day was Saturday, and Saturday Delhi is off generally. 7 o'clock, 7:30 morning, we got a news from our headquarters. There is an incident in some place in Delhi, please respond immediately. So because chemicals are there and response is very tough, but again we have the headquarters and they have told that around 700 kids got fainted in an area in Delhi. 700 kids. So we rushed to that place, but we are not able to ascertain what could be the probable reason. However, after 2-3 hours we have mitigated. I will start step by step what actually happened. So you know, during the transit phase you have tankers over there. Cargo tankers are there, they carry hydrocarbons and other type of chemicals from one place to another. So during the transit phase, they have to stop or take rest in the night at some places. That generally we call as depot. So in Delhi there is a depot called Tughlakabad Depot. During the night, all have to stay over there, and during the no entry time only they are allowed, and no entry they are not allowed. So there is a tanker which imported some material from one of the docks of our India, some of the major ports. He took the material from these ports and he was transporting the material from certain port in southern part to a place in Haryana, Sonipat. So during the transit phase, he transported his material from one zone to another zone, and transition phase he stopped in that Tughlakabad depot at around 10 PM in the night. So he stopped over there. During the transit, he found that there is a leakage from certain amount of material, certain amount of tank in that depot. He informed his authorities or occupiers or whosoever has given the order, sir, there is a leakage because I am trained and I know that this type of chemical is present. So he generally informed that person. But at night, you know, after 10, 11, nobody responds. His owner asked him, is there any issue? He said, no sir, no issue. But again, as per the TREM card, it is a hazardous chemical, so what should I do? If there is no issue, stop there and I will let you know. Time passed, 12, 1, 2, 3, and it took about 4 a.m. 4 a.m. he informed the port authority that there is certain leakage in the premises, but I have to leave the place, so I am leaving the place. At 4 a.m. he left that place and he reached his destination. Destination is Sonipat, Haryana, so he reached over there. So till 4 a.m. nothing happened. You know the process of in India, morning 4 to 5, what we do the cleaning part. So some sweepers come over there, they clean that material. It was basically a white powder material. They clean that material and just they pour some 2, 4, 5 buckets of water in that particular thing. They thought that it is a lime powder or limestone type of thing. They just cleared that particular zone and it was quite clean. Nothing was visible. For example, we all are coming from that road to this place. We cannot see anything and we just, the same happened over there. 5 a.m., 5:30, nothing happened. The problem started from 6 o'clock. There is a school nearby that particular depot and 1,000 primary kids were studying in that particular depot. So during the, you know, in the morning how the kids goes, kids just use these legs like this and they travel to some places. Same thing happened. All the kids traveled and assembled in the assembly area. Suddenly at 7 a.m. during the assembly, 700 odd kids got fainted. So now the problem comes, 700 odd workers or kids got fainted, what will we do? First of all, we are in Delhi NCR, so we have a good medical practice. So we have transported all the kids to another hospitals. For example, we have AIMS, we have Apollo, we have Manipal, so we have transported. But think about this thing, in place like Tuticorin or small place in India, it is very, very tough to transfer to the right medical attention to these people. So the same thing happened. We have transferred these kids to the respective hospitals. Finally, we come to the conclusion, the report was submitted by SDM and we were there, that what was the chemical. The chemical was basically an organophosphate which has been transported from one place to another. It is being used as a fumigant. The issue was that the chemical was incompatible with water. So when these people poured water in that chemical, it generated toxic fumes, but not to that extent that will affect a person who is more than 5 feet. It was only up to 3 feet, so the kids got transported. Those kids up to 3 feet traveled and they inhaled that fumes and the zone was not there, nothing was visible, so they inhaled and that they got fainted. Fortunately, no fatal, this thing was there, no fatality, nothing, but issues comes from this picture. So we have to understand that we have to fight for that part. Parallelly with one kid or say one worker, there was five odd family people was there. So again, crowd management was again an issue. We are not able to ascertain. We have to stop, cordon of the area. All these spectrum come into the picture. Next, please. So talking about the chemicals, NIT Professor Saab is there. So he will describe more about the thing. But on a competence part, the properties of chemical are basically toxicity, flammability, reactivity, corrosiveness, oxidizing properties, explosiveness, volatility, environmental persistence and carcinogenicity. So when we go for the, just we will take a single property, then we will discuss on that part. First thing, when we go for the flammability part, the description very clearly says that it catches fire very easily when exposed to an ignition source. Examples you all know as per your port, crude oil is there, LPG, diesel, etc. is there. And flammable chemicals ignite at relatively low temperatures, posing fire and explosion risks. So the competence required is very clear. We should have proper fire suppression techniques, handling with fire resistance gear, and use of firefighting foams. Parallelly, talking about volatility, we have to use of ventilation systems, SCABA for inhalation protection. The issue is this: we all are handling bulk cargo and bulk chemicals. So the response mechanisms, the relief mechanisms are very different when we talk about simple small lab chemicals. So these are the issue, but talking about each point, we have to focus upon this part. Talking about corrosiveness, again we have to go for acid neutralization procedures, use of chemical resistance PP. Your dock is not so much large, but talk about ports like Kandla or talk about Paradeep, they are handling bulk chemicals. But again the hazard or the risk remains the same, because we are working in crowded place, workers are there, confined space is there, so we have to focus upon that particular part. Next, please. Now, chemical accident in ports could be for certain parameters. First thing, chemical manufacturing and storage facilities. Yes, we know that all these things exist here. These facilities are involved in production and storage of wide range of hazardous chemicals, such as acids, base, flammable liquids, and toxic substances. Presence of these large quantities increases the potential of leaks, spills, and accidental releases. So this is the first thing. Oil and gas refineries, we have this particular jetties are process crude oil into various petroleum products. Fertilizer manufacturing and storage facilities, hazardous waste storage and disposal facilities. It's a new issues, hazardous waste disposal. N number of vendors comes to us and approach that we are facing a problem in disposal of hazardous waste. Because again CPCB is there and N number of parameters comes into picture. So we have to focus upon that part, which types of material comes into this scene. Next please. Some certain more hazards is fire. Yes, because you all manage bulk quantities of flammable, consumable, so you have to focus upon these parts. Self-heating materials such as fuels, chemicals and gases. So I will again give you example of self-heating materials. You have heard about Delhi is a very polluted district, and during the winter season, that stubble burning is the biggest problem. That pollution, air pollution, and all these things you know very well, that Punjab and Haryana generally go for this stubble burning, and this particular material is responsible for air pollution in Delhi. So I will give you example. Government has again planned that we will use this stubble in thermal power plants to generate heat. What will you do? They will bring the stubble, they will purchase the stubble from the farmers, and we will use these things in particular thermal power plants. You have a thermal power plant over here, so what you are doing, you are using somewhere coal, but this can also be used. The issue is that, which we came to picture, first thing is that I have written over here, self-heating materials. So during the audit, we have found that this again material, stubble, has the property of self-heating, and it starts generating heat, and it will go for fire for a long time. Parallelly, second issue which we have felt, some workers started complaining, sir, we are having issues during breathing issues during that particular area when we are breathing. So again, we are not going to correlate why they are telling this. Certainly, and unfortunately, again a case exists with us. You have seen sugar industries in this area. Might be in Tamil Nadu, you have sugarcane industries. So we got a news again in the morning that 14 odd workers in a place in Uttar Pradesh got fainted, and 14 hours normal farmers who are passing through some industry. So industry was again a sugarcane industry. So when we got the news, we contacted CMO over there that what could be the probable reason that these 14 odd workers got fainted. So at the first instant, we are not clear that what is the issue. But again, during the investigation, we asked. Then we got to know that you know very well in the sugarcane industries, molasses are being used. The sugarcane is crushed and molasses are being thrown, and the same thing happened. Molasses are outside the premises of the sugarcane industry. So when they throw these particular molasses, they were throwing at a place where there was a small pond. So after 4 or 5 months, when they start keep on throwing, and after 4 or 5 months, decomposition starts. And you know the property very well, C6H12O6, when it got reacted with water, it started formulation of methane, CH4. And this was the cause where the workers got fainted. And the same thing happens in thermal power plants where they are using this stubble as a heating material. Again, the hazards comes into picture is the methane formation. So again, we have to tackle with this particular thing. We are thinking about the self-heating material, but again, methane formation is a big issue which we have to tackle at ground. So as an occupier, as an importer, or whatever work you are doing, it is your responsibility to assess the hazards, and these materials does have these properties. So we have to again enhance our competence about thinking this particular things. Chemical leaks, very evident. Confined space hazards, again in certain ports, we have seen that confined space hazards are there. Parallelly, trapping of chemicals, workers are exposed, and the worst part is that if due to these chemicals, if you are inhaling and it is being converted into notifiable disease, then again you will be responsible for the provisions of Factories Act 1948, because again you are into these premises. I hope you all have that on-site emergency plan with you. Most of the units have mail. Port, somebody is from port is here. A safety officer is there some place. Anybody is from port? Do you have on-site emergency plan? Anybody Nobody is dealing chemicals over here? Safety officer is also not there, I suppose. So, outside. Okay. Anybody else from port premises? Because again, as per statutory provisions, there should be this thing on-site plan that we will cross-check that you have or not. But again, this is the biggest challenge with us, district administration, to respond. We are not able to give the right SOP to you, right response mechanism, because we don't have that planning process. And it is a very, very big task, but it is a task of you people whosoever are using or handling chemicals anywhere. You are handling ammonia, you are handling bulk cargo, sulfuric acid, you have to go for that part. So this is again, this thing, container accidents again, you have heard the accident in Bombay, 2 ports collided. Next please. Then we have structural failures, collisions, system failures and malicious threat. Talking about system failure, generally when we go for the planning part, I am sitting in this place Tuticorin. Do I have to make a plan for a snowfall in this zone? Should I make a plan for snow in Tuticorin? Yes or no? No, we don't have to make a plan, but sitting in Jammu Kashmir, should I have to make the plan for tsunami? It will not come over there. The same thing is that if we are able to ascertain what is the actual hazards, why I am talking about structural failures. Earthquake took place in a country, the refinery name was Tupras, and entire tank farms got destroyed in seconds. So these are things evident. Tsunami can come, earthquake might be minor, I don't know, heat wave is there, environmental conditions, heavy wind, squall. So these conditions again we have to take care of before the planning process. The worst part is that we are not installing industries in last decades. Everybody is installed, everything installed 20, 30 years back. So we have to focus upon this part, what is the current strength of our materials, equipments. Next please. Then why competence required? Again, the first question will say why you all are doing workshop, you are inspectors, you can directly issue letters to us, we will do the same, ratify. But again, government has come with the concept of facilitator. We are not coming as inspectors to you people. We are here that competence should be enhanced, because if some life is lost, again, this is our responsibility too. So, recent major chemical accidents, first in Beirut and second in Tianjin explosion, both involving ammonium nitrate, caused devastating explosions with severe harms, particularly to emergency response team. Additionally, styrene monomer explosion in Korea demonstrated the potential risk arising from cargo-related containment loss that affects both ship and port environment. 2 cases are evident, and I will also show more cases. If you think our port is quite safe, then we are on the wrong track, because we never knows what could happen, and that time it will be very tough for us. So these 2-3 events, Beirut and Tianjin, these events have prompted government to enhance safety measures and ensure preparedness, focusing on regular port inspections, illegal chemical storage and irregularities, raising awareness, review of laws and practices, because you know Dog Safety Act is there, 1986. Again, we want the inputs that what are the gaps which we can highlight. As per your chairman also told, the technology intervention, AI and all these things, that is a thing we also want input from you people, that new type of issues or hazards coming into scenario, so that we can integrate the same in our existing acts, chemical inventories and international cooperation. Sharing knowledge and reviewing global instruments to address chemical hazards in short and long term. Next. Now these are certain case studies. Again, you have to focus upon that part. If you say it cannot happen, first case study I am Port of Aqaba chlorine release, 27 June 2022. It's a recent case. What happened? Lifting cable snapped due to exceeding weight capacity, improper handling and failure in safety measures. Competence failures which we have to focus upon. First thing, lack of qualified personnel to supervise the operation, non-compliance with handling procedures, insufficient training in hazard communications. What was the probable consequence? 13 fatalities, numerous hospitalizations, widespread panic and action. So just giving example of the recent case, again Beirut, you know, very well heard, 4 August 2020, Lebanon was the place. Failure to comply with proper storage procedures, material was kept for a long time, over 200 deaths, thousands injured, significant damage to surrounding areas and political unrest, protest. Parallelly for cargo, styrene monomer. Styrene in India also got leaked, you have heard. Styrene got leaked in India. Visakhapatnam, there is a styrene leakage. Have you heard this news? LG Polymer was a company where styrene got leaked. Anybody has this leakage? Okay, again, I will let you know, styrene got leaked and it enters the premises of the district. It was an off-site emergency where community had to be taken care of. Thousands of people got affected, community was affected, and the worst part is that, again as a responder, I got a call in the morning, 7 o'clock, that there is a leakage and you have to tell me antidote of styrene. You can just imagine I am sitting, as CISF is also there, and number of responders are there. I will just ask you example, what could be the antidote of styrene? So we have to come up with the right idea that immediately to find the antidote, else we are not able to save the life. So if you have not heard about the styrene leakage, LG Polymer, Visakhapatnam, again go back, Google it out and understand how styrene got leaked, how it converted from on-site to off-site emergency, and what governments had taken care of the measures. It is very much required that you have to understand what type of this thing is required. Next, please. Parallelly, if you talk about the figures, port-related accidents that occurred since 2000 and results in fatalities, right from Kunda, Chittagong, Bangladesh, fire followed by explosion at a container depot storing hazardous substance, including hydrogen peroxide. Operation was storage, more than 50 killed, more than 450 injured, and substance was hydrogen peroxide. Parallelly, USA 2020, 5 fatality, 5 injured. Propane was the material, 16, 13, 12, 10, 9 in 2004. Algeria, explosion and fires from a leaking pipeline. Large part of the port and LNG trains destroyed. Material was LNG, more than 30 fatal and more than 70 got injuries. So you can see the figures throughout the world. We have ports, and these ports are quite competent than compared to Indian ports. They have a high-end technology, everything is there, but then also we can see the hazards are there. Propane has the hazard of explosion. It took place. Again, container leaked toxic fumigant phosphine in the port. All these are quite evident. Next, please. Now you will ask about your responsibilities. What could be the risk management elements for handling hazardous cargo in port areas? So first thing is the port authorities. Definitely we are into the port premises. So they are the first primary custodian of any act rules. So they have to oversee safe handling, storage, transport of hazardous chemicals by enforcing safety protocols, guidelines and compliance monitoring. Definitely that is their role. Maritime authorities, if any, they have to go for the IMDG code part. Regulatory authorities have to develop national framework for hazardous chemicals. Emergency response team, CISF is there, local police, local doctors, everything have to focus upon that part. Terminal operators and stevedores, they have to focus upon safe handling, segregation, labeling, storage of hazardous chemicals during loading, unloading. Shipping companies, freight forwards, training programs, monitoring, stakeholder and environmental measures. So we have listed all the things, and you can see from the slide that each and every person, whosoever is in the port, have some responsibility to be in this particular picture. So this type of competency is required. Next, please. Land use planning, again, because it's a very big place. So we have to go for zoning and separation part, risk assessment and buffer zoning, infrastructure planning, emergency response, as I've already quoted, and I want to listen from somebody of you that somebody has made the plan or not, because it's a very comprehensive document. If it has been made, then you are very, very safe in the regard of litigation part, but it has not been meant and you fall in the category, then it is a very big challenge. Environmental protection, again, implement pollution control systems, containment measures and technologies to mitigate chemical leaks or spills. Stakeholder engagement, public awareness and education. Why I am quoting this about land use planning? Because when Delhi has been established, nobody has thought that a new type of hazard, that is air pollution, will come into picture, water pollution will come into picture. And when you go and see the condition of Delhi, you will understand what chemicals can do. During 3-4 months in the winter season, it is basically a dome type of structure. Nobody can take breath. Nobody can take breath. You go in your office, come out of office, you will see deposition and disposition of chemicals in your bodies. So it's a new hazard which you have to take care of, but it's a local thing that focus upon your premises. Next, please. Emergency preparedness response, the competition against is required. It's a theme of this today's this thing. So here we want information readiness, comprehensive data of hazardous chemicals, associated risk and safety protocols should be readily available to emergency responders for effective incident management, coordination and cooperation. Right now I'm asking some questions, but we are not coordinated. We all are the stakeholder of port operations, but very easy for you all people. So it is scattered in the form, else in other ports we are getting the answers, very straight away answers from the officials. They directly to the answers. Okay, on-site plan is there, yes or no. It is very clear for that part. CISF is doing something, yes or no, it is very clear. Then development of emergency plans, training of staff, conducting drills, equipment maintenance, coordination with local authorities, on-site coordination, incident monitoring reporting, and transboundary cooperation for ports near national borders or transboundary water courses. Develop compatible emergency plans with neighboring or riparian countries. Utilize industrial accident notification system to report incidents with transboundary effects and request mutual assistance when needed. So, talking about the ministry part, Ministry of Environment and Forest is there. So there is a portal called CARES, Chemical Accident Incident Reporting System. Generally, whatever accident took place, it is the responsibility of the state government to enter the data in that particular, so that the government can fetch the data and devise proper mitigation strategies. Next, please. Awareness and communication between operators, much required. We have to establish a communication protocol, develop a clear and well-defined communication system among all companies and operators handling hazardous chemicals area. Developing a shared safety culture, foster a collective commitment to safety and environmental protection among all port stakeholders. There are certain Japanese companies and German companies in India, they will not allow you for single mistake in compromise for the safety part. For example, if you are not wearing a helmet, one time they will throw out you of the company. They are the policies of these companies. Time is very, very stringent. If you have to follow the safety protocols, you have to follow. Once you caught in the cameras or wherever, they will not allow, might be you be GM or CEO, then also they will not allow you for this part. So they are very strict in that part. First thing they go for the safety part, then go for the another production, job and income part. Training and education, already discussed, and engaging with stakeholders. Again, it's a big issue. Actively involve local communities, regulatory authorities and NGOs in discussions about risk to hazardous chemical operations, address concerns transparently, build trust and create awareness about safety measures in port activities. This thing also we have encountered in Gujarat. Chemical got leaked. Nearby villagers were not so adamant that they are not going to leave their locations. We have told these people, sir, this chemical will definitely going to create problem to you, but they haven't thought on that part. What did they become adamant? I will not leave my place. In these circumstances, it is very much tough for responders or professionals to how to handle the situation. 500, 2 to 3 people got fainted, and again government will come into the picture, and again we will be in big trap. So these are the thing, engaging with stakeholders. If you have the stakeholders or NGOs, local mukhiyas or whosoever is the head of the village or community, at least they will listen to these people. Because chemical will not tell you what is going to happen. They are going to definitely attack you. Next, please. Natural hazards, again, I have already quoted. NATEC, this is basically, you can go for the recent example for NATEC accidents in port of Turkey following a 7.8 magnitude earthquake. If this type of things comes into picture again, a new hazards comes into picture. Again, I have quoted lightning strike at super tanker port in Cuba. Rising sea levels, more frequent extreme weather conditions driven by climate change are increasing risk of ports such as tidal flooding and coastal erosion. So these are big things. Ports are again vulnerable to natural hazards, storms, floods, cyclones, hurricanes, tsunamis, again due to low-lying nature. So NATEC is again a big challenge, which is again into consideration study, but yes, we have to devise something for that part. Something happens, it will not let you know. It will come, then again we do for the devising part is a big challenge for us. Now, measures to mitigate risks for natural hazards at ports, because two types of things. Again, we have go for the disaster preparedness plan, develop and implement plans that outline emergency response procedures. Earlier, talking about the disaster part, it was response. Right now, we are going for the preparedness part, then for the mitigation part. So, preparedness is a big challenge. So, right now, this type of workshop, etc., at least you are somewhat sensitized that you will go and open the book, at least see some guidelines and documents. It could be utilized, helpful. So that is the first part for the preparedness part. Resilient infrastructure, invest time to withstand natural hazards. Same happened in Odisha. There is a project called NCRMP, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program. It was done in two phases, 1 and 2 phase. First phase again 10,000 crore, Government of India and funded by World Bank. So in Odisha, everybody knows during the cyclone what they have to do, how to cope up with the system. So during the risk phase or the tsunami phase, they will use these centers, cyclone risk as a shelter part, and during the normal course, these people are used as community halls during the peace time. So the community knows very well how to go up with it, and you can see right from 2099, the fatality has been decreased from 10,000 to 1 in Odisha due to any cyclone type of thing. So resilient infrastructure much required. Regular risk assessment, again, go for the thorough risk assessment to identify vulnerabilities in handling and storage of chemicals, post-hazard inspections, safety and environmental management plans, and collaboration and coordinations. Next, please. Management of warehouses, again, items of special concerns in port areas is warehouse. Here also we have to go for the risk assessment, inventory control, labeling and marking, site planning and structural integrity, land use planning, firefighting and fire water containment, training and coordination. I was just doing an audit in a thermal power plant. Fire tender was there, so they were using sulfuric acid in that plant. The fireman, I have asked this fireman how to stop fire in sulfuric acid. He has given a very clear and blunt answer, sir, I will use water because that has been taught to me. And I just ask any issues or hazards due to the fire on water on sulfuric acid. So he knows nothing about that part. He says, sir, this is the SOP and I am following this for past 20 years. So he was not very adamant, and he was telling, I never faced this problem. This type of thing will not happen. So these things is much required. Next, please. Additional challenges for port houses. Location is a very big challenge in the ports because they are located near water bodies, and transportation infrastructure increases the risk of exposure to external hazards such as severe weather, transportation. Transportation risk again is a big challenge. This increases risk during the loading, unloading and transportation of chemicals to and from the port. International trade compliance and emergency response complexity, again due to multiple involvement of agencies in port areas, port authorities. Response efforts require different type of planning. It is not very clear planning, so multiple agencies are required. They go coordinate. For example, during the response, if you have done some mock drill, you have seen that our port officials are there, district officials are there, and sometimes state and national bodies like NDRF is also there. So the coordination with each and every body is very typical and tough during this type of emergencies. Next, please. Now, management of hazardous substance in port areas. Again, we want something. Chemicals, we will see something about details, but we know about this thing. There are corrosive substance, flammable. Then petroleum products, we go for crude oil, diesel, gasoline, LPG, LNG, explosive and hazardous waste. So the key management consideration in this type of things is first notification requirement. There we have to enhance the competence hour, ensure timely notification of dangerous cargo shipments to allow proper handling. Safe handling procedures should be very clearly mentioned, where established procedures for handling dangerous cargoes, including use of appropriate equipment and personnel. Segregation of incompatible products, as I've already told, we have faced this thing. Compatibility issues comes into picture. WAF, storage time constraints, emergency response procedures, and management systems. So these are some certain management. It depends which segment you are. If you are port officials, you can go for the management part. If you are container operators, then you can focus upon another part. Next, please. Then tank storage of hazardous chemicals in port areas. Again, it is much required. Tank design and constructions. Ensure that tanks meet safety standards and regulations. Use proper materials. Location and foundation should very clearly think. Stable grounding should be there with proper foundation and support. Separate tanks within farm and from other plant areas to reduce risk of chain reactions. This you can see very well, n number of tank farms are there, so chain reaction should be stopped. Ensure easy access to emergency responders to facilitate quick interventions. In tank operations, we have to go for the implement overfill protection systems to prevent tank overflow. Establish operating procedures to ensure safe tanks usage, including regular checks, documentation, tank maintenance, spill prevention, and fire prevention protection. So for tank storage part also, we have to take a separate measures, because in case of emergency, I was doing a mock exercise at Reliance Jamnagar refinery. You know very well, it's the largest refinery in the world. There the same issue comes into picture during the operation. The tank, the fire hydrant used for spill containment was not operative. So they have a number of technology issues, but then also failure chance comes into picture. It started, but after few seconds, which was not meant for. Few seconds also is a very big issues during the response. You know, during the industrial disasters or accidents, the response time is only 40 minutes. So in 40 minutes, we have to go for response time. Other than that, we go for the 1 hour part. Next, please. Pipelines again is a big concern where we have to focus upon the hazards. Pipelines again often hazards due to transportation. There could be issues of leak or spills which pose risk to human health, safety and environment. We have physical hazards in that, corrosion hazards and environmental hazards in piping part. Transport again we have already covered, but these cargo handling accidents are there. Risk from equipment failures, dropped loads and collisions due to cargo movement. Improper securing and storage of cargo may cause shifting loads. Crane and machinery accident trigger the chemical accidents. Fire explosion is quite evident. Structural fatigue and human error. Fatigue again is a big problem. Human error in India we don't stress on this part, but fatigue caused by long hours, shift work and demanding schedules can impair judgment, concentration and reaction times. So increased fatigue raises the risk of human error contributing to accident. So we have to focus upon this part, the competence. These could be a probable small things which you are thought it would not be impact, but yes, I can give you a number of examples which the government has faced during the response time, and we have to respond for small these things also. Next. Temporary intermediate storage, again we have to focus upon this also. Certain ports we have seen the issues that, sir, we are not storing the material, but what we are doing, we are only importing and transporting. But even if the material is standing in your area for 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it will be categorized into the storage part. So again we have to focus upon that part, and to think about any explosive material which is being transported and due to any reasons it is being stored or stand by for 10 to 30, 40 minutes. The issue is there. So again for the temporary intermediate storage we have to go for other things. We have to think about proximity to other activities, limited storage space, environmental impact, security concerns and temporary versus extended storage issues. These are things which is much important. For example, we have witnessed just as CISF does the scrutiny of all the materials comes into the premises and then goes out. So during the scrutiny part, if some operator don't have the right papers, what they will do, they will tell this tank people or the driver to stand inside, and we will first verify the papers of your tank or the material, and until he verifies or provides you the right paper, you will not allow these people to leave the place. But during that part, if there is certain chemicals which you don't know, even the driver don't know, as happened in Tughlakabad, issues comes into the CISF safety itself. So for that part also we says, if you are caught in, you are stopping some material, and if he is taking some time, let him stand in the area which is 30, 40, 50 meters ahead from your location, because you never knows. And this is the same procedures which we do. We will stop, we will check the paper, okay, these chemicals are there, but the chemical poses to you also and whosoever is transferring from this particular part. Next please. Management of non-routine issues pertaining to hazardous chemicals. Again, increased risk of chemical reactions. Due to the CISF, I should focus upon this part. Confiscated or seized dangerous goods may have been mishandled or improperly stored before seizures. So again, it's a big challenge for you people. You have this material with you, and it will definitely pose you. This increases the risk of violent or unpredictable reactions if not handled appropriately. Incomplete information, again, confiscated dangerous goods often lack full information regarding their composition or potential hazards. Incomplete or incorrect labeling of repackaged substances can further complicate handling, and there is also potential for incorrect descriptions or undeclared materials when intentionally or unintentionally. In this case, we have again a big issues of time constraints or response, because it is confiscated dangerous goods must often be moved quickly to minimize risk, and we are not able to ascertain the properties, so it is tough for us to remove and where to take this transportation plan. So somebody will say hazards there, risk there, material. It's again big challenge for us where to throw, where to stop these materials. Parallelly, human error again is there. The process of confiscating or seizing dangerous goods involve multiple parties and complex chain of custody. For example, my 8 hours have been completed. Now I have to leave this place. So after 8 hours, next man will come and he will take this material. So these are the issues which comes into picture, which we have to focus upon. Next, please. These are the safety and security concerns talking about these particular metals, right from chemical release, incidents involving the unintended release of hazardous substance. Think about the Beirut explosion, ammonium nitrate did the same thing. Parallelly, fire and explosion, events causing uncontrolled fires or explosion impacting safety. environmental contaminations, pollution affecting ecosystems due to transport-related accidents, injuries and fatalities, human harm or loss of life reporting, life resulting from transport events, and loss of confidence. Erosion of trust in transport systems organizations. Loss of confidence is again a big challenge. Next, please. Are the hazardous material incident where accident release could took place, incidental release, fixed site, road stop, points, and unloading. So these are the places where hazardous material can be triggered for to some extent for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but the issues is same that we have to focus upon that part. Next, please. Next. This is basically competence point for handling hazardous cargo. We have to go for revenue and business continuity, chemical exposure management, fire safety prevention, explosion risk mitigation, environmental protection, and injury fatality prevention. These are the comprehensive handling points for talking about the hazardous points, which we focus upon chemical part. Next, please. Again, this table emphasize on critical competency areas based on potential risks. For example, if we have chemical exposure management, then we have to go for conduct health safety training sessions, provide access to MSDS, and perform drills. If we have some issues about fire safety and prevention, again we have to develop competency on implementation of training, fire response protocols, fire safety audits, and the use of fire effective equipment. So parallelly, depending on the hazard, we cannot go quantify same hazards one thing parallelly. Explosion risk mitigation, provide training of hazardous area, classification, and safe work practices for explosive prone environment. Injury and fatality prevention, conduct workshops on worker safety protocols, first aid training, and risk assessment. Next, please. Revenue business community, again focus upon provide training in business continuity, planning and operation risk, national security awareness, driver and carrier safety, chemical misuse prevention. Again, we go for train personnel on secure storage and inventory tracking, and conduct audits to deter misuse of chemicals. None of the material which we are training here is not known to you, but only thing is that desensitization is required so that we can understand, okay, we want to have public awareness campaign, yes, we will do that, and how to go this is the thought process. Next, please. Again, very simple process, you know, PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. You have to focus upon these 4 parts. First, you have go for the risk assessment, hazard, threat, consequences, identification for that part. For do risk control measures, use PPs, policies, procedures, supply. Control measures are functioning as intended, you have to check for that part. And act, improvement measures, for example, what we are doing here, training exercises, auditing, learning experiences are practice. Now, until that we have understood there are certain issues, you will ask a ready-made material. Sir, give a material which we will see and learn at a later stage. So for that part, next please. Next part, again, we will go for relevant rules and regulations, which is quite relevant for all of us. You can go for first part, for example, regulatory knowledge. You have to familiarity with MARPLOT, SOLAS, INDG. You can go with this document, Dock Workers Safety Health Welfare Rules 1990 and INDG code, which is readily available. Risk management, go and at least see MSIC rules 1989 parallelly. Safety Act 1948 sections on safety. You will get the details about the hazard and associated risk. Emergency prepared, we have CAPPR rule 1996. Equipment safety, again, dock workers would be quite good for this particular part. Next, please. For worker safety, again, dock workers rules, PP regulations, OSHA, incident management, Factories Act 1948, Section 88, accident reporting, and chemical accident rules 1996. For fire prevention, petroleum rules 2002, explosive act 1884, dock workers on fire safety. Parallelly, for environmental safety, we have EPA, MSIC rules, hazardous waste rules 1989. For security protocol, we have ISPCS code, international ship and port facilities security. And for technology utilization, you can go and monitor IMDG code, provisions for automated cargo handling and monitoring. Next, please. Training, dock workers, you can go for continuous learning, go for IMDG periodic updates and MARPOL provisions. And for cultural and behavioral safety, ILO convention on worker safety. So each document is readily available on the internet. It is not that we are tell you, but you have to go for the understanding of what is your requirement parallelly. Next, please. This is the last slide, I suppose, which talks about the competency which is much required for you people, right from of hazard classification and regulations, risk assessment and hazard identification, you will see Indian standards, rules and acts. So it is, if you just click a photo of this thing, or I will ask the organizer over here to give you at least the presentation so that you can easily understand that all things is readily available on internet. For example, talking about safe transportation procedures, you will get the detailing in Central Motor Vehicle Rules 1989, plus Dangerous Goods Handling and Transportation Rules 2008. Explosive Act, explosive rules, petroleum and gas cylinder rules are quite relevant. MSIC rules is there. And you can see whatever rules, for talking about handling equipment and tools, we have IS standard 5571, which talks about guide for selection of electrical equipment for hazardous areas. So these relevant rules and regulations are quite important for us. It will help us as a guideline to devise our planning process and our mitigation strategies. Next, please. Next. So with this, thank you. Time is quite short, but I have tried to complete in time. Any questions from audience side? I know it is very tough for you to answer me questions because this is the lunch time. All 2 hours is too much to teach, but again, you have to bear with us. Time is too short, but again, we will try to complete. So any questions you can ask, or else I should stop. Any questions? If no questions, so thank you very much for patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Kunal. Now I would like to call Dr. Preeti. Please present one memento from VOC port side, please. Thank you, Dr. Kunal. Thank you, Dr. Preeti.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் லஞ்சு வந்து லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் சைடில் ஒரு பந்தல் போட்டிருக்காங்க, அங்கே அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், எல்லோரும் அங்கே போய் லஞ்சு சாப்பிடுவோம். தேங்க்யூ.
The prevent means to you make it yourself as a prevent manner and happy health and happy life. Next slide. So the first slide. So otherwise you give me the pointer. Thank you. Actually, what is a port safety management system? The safety with port environment. The environment means no very high resource depletion, pollutant, emissions and human population density concentrated. Within this environment, how you make it safety in the port environment? This constitutes the real challenges regarding the reducing the pressures and environmental safety during the different port environment. But if you have this safety, you can say that if I daughter my son, I can say that please carefully walk. There is some seepage in that. So if you tell something, then only my daughter will behave. For that we need the policies. The policy, procedure and practice necessity to identify the access, mitigate the risk to ensure the safety in port operations. That's what the previous Mr. Roy mentioned, that what are the policies available for each and every categories. But in the port operations, when you are a worker, cargo and infrastructure. So this one-day workshop, I hope you give the information about the how to handle the hazardous chemicals. Another one, what are the policies available to handle that issues. Suppose I am properly handling the chemicals, but anything happened to me, what are the policy, what are the procedures, what are the practice I can do? The practice I will teach you. Practice means you have to prevent. You have to make it some safety measures, helmet, mask and other things called the practice. The PSMS aims to prevent accidents. What is the benefit of that? First I give these issues, safety within the environment. Next one is the policy. Okay. If I do this, what are the benefits? You prevent accidents, ensure the legal compliance, protect the environment, enhance the overall operational efficiency. The purpose of this workshop is very simple. One is to save the employee, worker, and another one is enhance the overall operational efficiency. If you provide these training programs, provide this information to you, you can work comfortably. If you work comfortably, they may get the overall operational efficiency. At this core, PSMS emphasizes hazardous identification. For that, this is the benefit. What you can do, you can identify the hazardous. What are the risk assessment, accident investigation, emergency response planning, continuous monitoring of your safety improvements. If you do like this, the previous measures, first one is the port management, first one is the safety environment, other one is policy and procedures and practice, next one is called these the benefits. You have do operational efficiency more and more, and then prevent accident from your side. So in this opening introduction, I am going to next slide. Okay. The advanced risk assessment management hazardous chemicals coming under this two things. One is called hazard studies and the other one is QRA. The hazard studies is hazardous quality risk assessment studies. In these studies there are many approaches developed, that is analytical hierarchical process and fuzzy comprehensive evaluation. Using this, there are different emergency response plans proposed to minimize the exposure and ensuring the compliances. What is that hazard identification of structured team-based brainstorming techniques to identify the wherever the hazards are available, which is the potential, what is the threats to the employees, how to making the lifestyle comfortably, and then prevent the accidents and mitigate the different kind of the risks in the work environment. The quantitative risk assessment, hazardous identification risk assessment, here we can systematically identify the different hazards, whether personal or planned, during the services or operational methods. Due to different things you have to identify and then control the measures and suggest the people you can prevent the different measures. Next is the analytical hierarchical process. This is one of the method helps the structuring these complex problems, making the decisions by breaking them into the hierarchical factor. Already mentioned the FCE. Next, to move on to this advanced techniques risk management. That is called emergency risk planning, and other one is engineering controls. I don't know much on this. Administrative control. The third one is second one is personal protective equipments. The providing the respective equipments to the protect the workers from the different hazardous chemicals. Using this, there are many risks available due to the risk. So we should know that how to handle the chemical, different hazards. There are first basic safety rules. Proper storage handling system. Actually, the proper storage in chemical, there are the storage tank, whether you can store it a long time or temporarily. Usually the industry store long time in the storage vessel. But here you can store the long time or very temporarily. You should know that different handling effects. What are the handling effects? If you pour the chemicals, that is called the filling loss. Due to pour one place to another place, there is the filling loss. Another one is breathing loss. The breathing loss is nothing but using this condition. You have very hot now. There is the storage. In the storage, the most of the hydrocarbon vapors evaporate at this temperature. If they evaporate, they give some breathing. The breathing means, for example, the storage tank is this much height. They partially or 80% filled by the liquids. Different 20% is the gap. The gap means due to the breathing loss. The breathing loss, due to this temperature, they can evaporate. Due to the evaporation, they create more pressure. If you have the more pressure, the storage tank get damaged, or you know that what happened. For that, you should know that whether the temporarily or permanent, you should know that how to handle the hazardous chemicals. The hazardous chemicals handling is very, very difficult, and then you should know the storage tank. Next one is marketing and labeling. So you have the hazardous material properly market and label what the name of the hazardous materials, when you store, so when you, what is the conditions. For example, pressure limit this much, temperature is Western temperature is this much, and then so this is the volatile liquids, VOC. Then you can mention in the labeling of the marketing labeling also. The spill control is a spill control measures. There are different absorbent materials. For example, any spill here, the people used some clay or any absorbent materials. The absorbent materials useful to absorb the spill in the floor, and then you can easily remove after that. They have more absorption effect. Waste disposal, establish proper procedure for safe disposal whether the hazardous waste according to the local and international regulations. Then ventilation. The most of the chemicals don't have any ventilation. So what I mentioned previously, the same breathing effects happen due to the unavoidable conditions. They don't have the ventilation. They may get very hazardous fumes or any gases. They may build up. Due to this build up, you can prevent in that measures. Next, out of this, if you know all the aspects, you give this, teach them, educate them, train them for adequate information about the hazardous materials in the workplace. Then report the concerns about the damaged containers or the potential leaks The leak is very important. If you have any leaks, you have to take care of it and then save, and then you have to immediately take the measures how to avoid the leaks. Then the safe ports makes the efficient ports. Actually, the most of the countries support the economy, employment based on this lead the growth. The docks industry generally considered the high risk industry because they loading, unloading, handling, checking and inspecting the cargo directly into the ship within the confines of the port. Due to this, you can say that the dock industry is very high risk industry. But shipping, storing the work and the crew activities like embarking that no, disembarking this no, check this ships and docks, checking the cargo in each and every time to handle and avoid these no issues. So the international statistics indicate that the main cause of accident happened because of the slips and drips and moving and falling objects and falls the manual handling to the goods. So the proportion of the accidents of port works occur these container ships. But we have to discuss with this what are the other this one is the okay. Okay. So the cargo handling operations is the board ships of hazardous work. The majority of the accidents happen in the industries because of the snow, the ships, primary board container ships. The cargo handlers and shop workers, shore workers taking care of it, they taking and should know that the conditions and safety standards of ship crew from the cargo handling operations. Ships are designed and built operated by specific sectors. Especially the marine transport industry, container, solid, bulk, brake and oil, gases, chemicals. So crude oil, etc. is shipped into Manali and different places and here also. For to carry out these handling characteristics, you should know that what are the operational ship operations. Each sector is very difficult. So for that the many management, that is Indian management or international safety management have the different codes, standards according to the codes and standards requirements. So they frame the policy for the safety management system to ensure the safe practice and safe working environment in the board. These 10 most common shipboard hazards: the main overboard, missionary explosions, electrical shock accidents, mooring operations, falling from height, and other things you can read out. But the here, sorry. No point. Okay. The maritime toxic chemical exposures, hydrogen sulfide, asbestos, and benzene. These are the very big threat and very big task for this handling and hazardous. You take example of hydrogen sulfide. It's the colorless gas created by this decomposition of organic matters. The hydrogen sulfide can knock people, so you can look at this inhaled death of the may occur. Although the asbestos, you know that is the fiberic material. The fiberic material causes no lung effect. The benzene is also the colorless, but the sweet-smelling chemicals. The cargo ships, particularly crude oil vessel benzene, can be caused medical issues. What are the issues? They make the damage of the liver and cancer, etc. The common hazardous encountered by shore workers on the ship type, that is called structural hazards, safety management hazards. The structural hazards, poorly designed walkways access the pipeline over the different working areas, And here, this the poorly designed or properly designed or coded, the trunks have the structural hazards. You have proper structure, you usually access one place to another place. No need for inadequate lighting, and then adequate lighting is very important. And then, so another improper structure is the making different hazardous effect in this industry, especially the port. Safety safety management hazards is nothing but they have the slip hazard due to oil leaks. The management is poor, you are not taking care of continuously about the oil leakage. So you will get safety management hazards. And the trip hazards caused by the ship gear lift, lying decks and walkways, because you have to maintain properly of this floor or lifting equipments, poorly maintained lightings and other things also. So basing this common hazards encountered here, the continuation of this one is called safe means access working area. But first one is the shipboard operation, cargo handling operation on board ship, container loading, this unloading operations. You can look at this. This one is cargo handling, the port operations. There are 35% of injuries occurs shipshore interface during the container handling the lashing the operations. Some of the 25% accidents happen storage yards, so involving trucks and mobile equipments and others. So the storage yards is very important. So you should know that what are the chemicals you can store. Even simple water, you are not taking care of anything. The VOC, volatile corpuscle, benzene, ethanol, methanol, and other chemicals, if you store, they are the hydrocarbons. For example, kerosene or any hydrocarbon, naphtha. So they are very difficult to store into the normal conditions. They have the special storing equipments to store. And the container ship loading, unloading operations, the accessories, mobile equipments, and other things also you can read out, then you can understand that what are the common hazards encountered by shore workers in all ship type. Then what we can do this? We have to do this manual handling container ships, container top working and dangerous goods, which contain centralized in the manner of avoid dangerous goods, for example solid, liquid, gaseous form, and then corrosive, chemical, explosives, even the batteries and other even daily use, for example spray, perfume and other liquid, cigarette lighters, all called as the dangerous goods. There are the dangerous goods. We are taking care of the centralized dangerous goods in this environment. These are all some examples of the dangerous. Then dangerous cargoes, the term called dangerous cargoes comprises oil and noxious liquid chemicals and gases carried out in bulk. Solid liquid materials processing the chemical hazards, especially that bulk materials hazards. For this they have, if you have the bulk, they create more density due to the densify effect. They cluster each other. Due to the cluster each other, they create very flammable effects. The harmful substances packaging from this one place to another place, and dangerous goods packaged from this using this code. Even these hazardous substances or substances of materials do not present immediate threat. It will take some time. Due to this environment condition, climate change, they may change the react with this environment. Very simple. You have to store one place. Due to this attraction of the moisture in the environment, they may create some effect. Due to this effect, there is a very hazardous material. Due to this effect, they may get some lot of issues when they get the contact with the moisture. Similarly, in hot conditions, they will get contact with more hot effect. They may create some damages and very serious issue due to this different environmental conditions. That's why I mentioned here the most of the hazard substances, some substances don't have any immediate effect immediate threat, it gets some time when exposed to the atmosphere. This is the hazardous signs for the transport of dangerous goods by sea. So you look at here, this no flammable, inflammable, making packages like dangerous goods. And this no, the immediate threat to safety, the example of explosive. Explosives is a very immediate threat. The dangerous goods and products that are classified as dangerous storage and transport. The dangerous goods are assigned with UN numbers and proper shipping names. I already mentioned that labeling and give the information over the chemicals, over the hazardous materials. You can easily understand that what are the characteristics, what are the properties, how to handle it. You can understand based on that. Where the article of substance specifically listed by name, for example, given volume 1, volume 2, they have the code based on the code. You can mention in the dangerous goods list. The products that do not have the specific description under this code, you can mention that low flash points or other risk. Actually, the IMDG codes have different properties, different effects. For example, the hazardous chemicals have very toxic or non-toxic, flammable, non-flammable. They have some code and limit. If they don't have any code and limit, you simply mention that low flash points are high boiling points and low boiling points, melting points. Otherwise, you can give this other risk. Which one is risk? You can mention into this dangerous goods. The classification of dangerous goods, the first class one is explosive. Next one is they have more explosion in these different divisions, substance article which have mass explosion hazards. Another one is the projection of hazard but not a mass explosion hazards. Next division saying that minor projection hazard, both are mass projection hazard. Next division is called the article saying that no significant hazards. Very insensitive substances which have no mass explosion hazards is called only the classification for explosives. Take it here, you have the gases. There are the question here, the gases is flammable, non-flammable, non-toxic, toxic gases and flammable gases. They have some classification, different classification, division. According to that, you have to mention in that. In particular here, there are many gases called toxic, non-toxic, organic, peroxides, oxidation substance, even the radioactive materials, corrosive substances. So you have to mention that different kind of classes in the chemicals. The handling of hazardous chemicals, the factory productions, what's the product they store into the storage tank, or they transport to one place to another place, one location, other location, one country to other countries. For that, they need shipment. In the shipment, they have authorized inland department. They have deposit here. They directly come to the port. The port origin, you have all the material collected here. Over the sea, you can transport. After the transport, you have to reach the destination. That is the post destination. In this post destination, you have to authorize the inland department, then receive to the factory. See here, the duration, the 4 to 6 is you are coming incoming. 4 to 6, for example, India, they are coming to this Indian VOC port. We have to store some time. After that, receiver factory is you have to dispatch. In this time you have to store, you have to know how to handle all the chemicals and hazards. In coming to this, for example, the factory productions, give it to this VOC port to send for Indonesia. We have to store sometimes for 1 or 2 days, 3 days. You should learn that how to handle the chemicals and hazardous materials. In these aspects, you learn this, that's the purpose of this workshop. the major chemical related accidents, so look at this, already previous speaker mentioned that what are the accidents happen. See these major chemicals now here, CO2 and NH4, combustible chemical, Cl2, furnace oil, boiler and furnace oil, and so NH4, natural gas and chemicals, fire at chemical warehouse, combustion chemicals, these are all the chemicals involved. So given this information, where it's happening, this calls date and accident. So look at this, what are the consequences? There are many of them injured, there are a lot of losses in the consequences. For that, what happening this explosion of high pressure CO2 stripper during the startup, releasing CO2 and NH3. Then I mentioned previously, you've got stored into this environment, getting exposure with different environment, the chemical product converted to byproduct, chemical product converted to another product. Due to the conversion of one product to another product, we don't know, because we are a normal person. We don't know what will be the conversion. We don't know if you have the conversion, what the causes, what are the serious effect, danger effect. So look at this, the releasing CO2 and NH4, they have the CO2 NH4 release, maybe they interact, they may react themselves and make some injuries. Next one is fire chemical storage, residential building. Another one, third one, carefully look at this, pipe failure due to rust and Cl2 gas leaking surrounding this area. So due to this rust and Cl2, there are some ferrous material and CO2 gas leaks, they may create some damage and big effect. So due to this kind of things, what are the short description is here, you can read out. The most of them having this different chemical storage facilities not proper, and another one is the debut and the explosion due to the chemical container. So due to this effect, so there are many consequences, accidents happen because of these issues. For that, so I can tell you, you should know that what are the consequences, what are the importance. Don't see sometimes you are we have in Indians, we are not habitual. I am traveling many countries. I traveled around 25 countries for I have many collaborations in most of the countries. We have habitually in my daughter or son, if you take some biscuit, the biscuit wrapper, we are not teaching them to throw it into the dustbin. But you have this environment, we are search where is the dustbin. In home, in sofa, we just throw it. So this habit is the problem here. But in Korea, in Taiwan, Japan, I visited, I was working as a visiting professor in that countries. I am seeing, quite confused that very, very interesting that, So the policy is very strong. I tell you one story. So I was there in one church. I frequently going to the church and cooking for them. Morning we just throw it, all the waste in the outside. They given fine for $200. So the policy, why you are making this policy, I am saying that policy is strong, policy is there, but we have to implement to them. Otherwise, because this is not for individual punishment, is the nation and then safe neighbors to get very good environment also. In these things, we have to know that what are the importance if you're not taking care of it. If your oil spill in the floor, we are seeing everything and then walking around, we are not taking care of it. It will damage the health and the neighbors. You take care of this all the small things. Chemical accidents in the port area. There are the chemical accident risks. There are several hazardous industries that are commonly found in port and port areas, including first one is the chemical manufacturing storage facilities. These facilities involve the production and storage of variety of hazardous, including chemical, solvent, gases, flammable liquids, and toxic substances. Oil and gas refineries, they have the facilities to refine crude oil into gasoline, diesel fuel, and petroleum products. Fertilizers manufacturing industries, they have main raw materials, for example, fertilizers, most of the explosive and toxic also. So, you see the slide here, the chemical manufacturing facilities, storage facilities, even the chemical manufacturer not advised to any port, this name of the chemical is this much. We have to store into the Horton sphere. The Horton sphere is one of the storage tank. The storage tank is responsible for volatile carbon liquids. The other one, chemical accidents areas, fire explosion, chemical leak spills, container accidents, structural collisions one by each other. So, what is the prevention here? The prevention, okay, the policy is there. We should know that what are the chemicals coming out, what are the accidents, ammonia is this effect, carbon dioxide is this effect, and then benzene is this effect, ethanol is this effect. We know everything. The prevention is very important. The chemical accident prevention, first inspection of the port. The port you have to inspect regularly, follow the legal storage, illegal storage of the chemical and suspected irregularities. Give more awareness to these employees and workers, dock workers, with public authorities like this workshop and then training program. Then you have to tell them this, what are the laws, policies, regulations, practice available to prevent this kind of chemicals. Inventories of chemicals stored, transported to the port areas. Especially you can give this benchmark from the international reviews and instruments mechanical support and different countries which are addressing the different hazards risks with a short and long time. Then give the more information and knowledge to them how to prevent. So, general requirements for this reporting incidents, packaging, labeling, segregation, area damage, and dangerous goods disposals. So, there are an incident for the dangerous goods. Port must immediately report to the port authority what happening. This is a very important first one. And dangerous goods delivered from the port area must be packaged, marked, labeled, and proper IMDG code. So using this, we have to follow this. I don't know much on this. This is an example of this. You have to make it this material data. The name of the equipment is methanol. See the MSM number, version number, date of issue, next review date. See the name of the chemical company, MSD company details also you can give. The product company specification, what are the product company specification. The compositions very important, hazardous components, ethyl alcohol, EEC classification, and what are the main ranges, for example 75 to 99.9%. See the hazardous identification, what is causes, the classification of substances, they have the different code, classification. If you don't have the code, you can mention that high risk, low risk in this hazardous identification. 1, 2, 3 is called the labeling of these chemicals into the handling of chemicals. So the supply of information, the port must be noticed the dangerous goods, the port and sea, land. This includes the dangerous goods in the transit, or you have to transport to one place another place. So we have to make it the safe management of the port, particularly in case of an incident. So the entry of these dangerous goods by sea, you have to note out when the entry. When the dangerous goods by land or by ship, you can mention. And another one, accuracy of the dangerous goods notification. That notification is according to IMDG code. this information, no, transportation of dangerous goods like this and this and this also mentioned here. So you have to make it the documents for shipping of dangerous goods. What are the documents? Material safety data sheets, dangerous goods records, dangerous goods declaration, dangerous goods manifest, transport efficiency and container certificate from this employee in the industry also. Okay, you can look at this one by one. I mentioned the main hazardous issues. The first one is called the slip, trip and fall accidents. Here, you have the surface is smooth, surface is very polished, or roughness, more roughness. The slippery surface, uneven, even this the walkways. Most of the common hazards into the ports increase the risk, slip, trip, fall accidents among the workers, and you can have the visitors. What you do? Maintain clean, dry surface promptly, clean the spills and debris. Use non-slip flooring, mats, areas, and moisture of the slips. Most of the floor have more mosaic, more smooth. You have more smooth. So you have oil spill, you can get this kind of accident. Next one, crane and lifting equipment accidents. So here these cranes, equipment such as the accidents for this malfunctioning, collision and falls. So misunderstanding between the operators and others, this crane lifting equipment is happening. What prevent? Conduct regular inspection of this your equipments, whether cranes or lifting equipments. Provide the training of the operators, proper use, maintenance, safety procedures, and implement load weight limits, proper and techniques, what are the techniques and the other. Prevent the overload, you don't make the more overloads. Establish exclusion of zones and safety barriers. Restrict the access of lifting operating and prevent unauthorized entry. Sometimes the unauthorized entry is also disturbing this operator to make it the high load and other things also. Enforce the strict and adherence to safety protocols, signal system for coordinating the lifting activities. Fall and heights. So working in elevated heights, the ship decks, loading platform, crane cabs. So they may have this different injuries for the port workers. They provide the fall protection equipment such as harness and other guard rails. Conduct regular inspection, similarly mentioned same thing also. Implement training programs, fall prevention, hazard recognition, proper use of production of equipment for the workers. Very important, strict on this safety procedure, work at height protocols. You have this different work. Don't tell them to go work on a height of the work. Install the safety nets, catch the platform, secondary fall protections also. This the cargo handling accidents. It's shifting one place to another place, falls, crash, injuries, handling operation. Here also you can mention the proper lifting techniques, cargo handling procedure. So use the mechanical aids, for example cranes. Don't think that you can use them by manual. There are every instrument is available in your you can use that one, implement load segment, conduct proper use, and enforce a strict adherence safety protocols. This is called chemical spills. This is what we are going to concentrate then. The hazardous materials, chemical increasing that spills, leaks, environmental incidents can pose risk to workers worldwide and the ecosystem. What we do, implement spill prevention measures, including secondary containment, spill kits, leak detection, hazardous material storage and handling areas. Prevent the training workers, proper handling, storage, properties, materials and the emergency response of the hazardous materials. Again, conduct the regular auditing of chemical storage areas and identify what are the issues addressing these potential hazards. Establish emergency response plans, the protocol to coordinate this action. For example, chemical spill environment in a different accident. Very important, collaborate with the regular agencies, environmental organization, and preventing this kind of chemical spill management. The maintaining best practice for safety and health. very important. First one is the conclusion of this. Understanding this, legal compliances. Next one is, what does the legal compliance means? What health safety authority inspectors do? Promoting best practice in safety and health management. Understand the safety of health responsibilities. Learn about understand the risk there are no operation, for example, risk profiling. Give the risk management, focus on attention of the meeting, provide the necessary safety competence. So very important, develop the communication between this proper planning of the safety and health. Facilitate the worker for consultation and enhancement process. You have to discuss with your higher authority and others to make the consultation of this, what are the issues you have in this working nature, and engage employee safety hazard policy promotion, promote positive safety health feedback, reward good safety and health practices, promote the concept of having no accidents, drive good safety health monitoring, that is called leading and logging indicators. So using this, I finish within time, so I don't know, I am ready to answer for this, any kind of questions. Actually, this different kind of chemicals is the issue, the handling the chemical is the issue, but we are working on it, and then you can learn about that, what are the nature of the chemical characteristics, properties, how to store, so in the different effects, skin effect and other effects. So if you know that, you are able to handle the different chemicals and safe environment into this dock work. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ardhanarishwaran. Now, I would like to call my colleague for his session, Sri Tanuj Chandan, Director Safety, DG Fastly. Hazards and risk in international container and bulk cargo transport involving volatile and toxic compound, challenges and mitigation strategy. Please, Tanuj Chandan ji.
Thank you, Mr. Ji. I would like thanks to Port Authority, and also I would like thanks to Sumit Rai, DDG, and all our officers from Dock Safety Division and different institutes and different. I would also like thanks to Professor from NIT. Today we give an opportunity to deliver talk on hazard and risks in international container and bulk cargo transport involving volatile and toxic compounds, challenges and mitigation strategy. Already it has been Kunal Sharma during talk delivered, there are more than 6 lakhs chemicals. Even more than 40 to 60,000 there are different kind of dangerous chemicals. So it is very difficult to handle or difficult to study all the chemicals differently, because it numbers goes total in 6 lakh. Even for the dangerous it goes to 40 to 60,000. So and also Professor sir has told there is a accident happens. They have told the series of accident that happen in the industry, and after accident, what is we do the investigation and we find where there is a gap, there is a we do something in the area of legislation, legal requirement, or we do the improve our gap. What is we do the accident investigations, and we find if there is any findings, we implement the findings to prevent the accidents. So this is the first accident, that is the Titanic sinking of the Titanic. First accident happened in the sea. Okay. Titanic sank in 1912. Over 1,500 people lost their lives. One of the biggest issue was lack of lifeboats. So this disaster exposed the serious flaws in the maritime safety regulations. So after that, this accident happened in 1912, and after that, what happened? There is in 1914, after the Titanic accident in 1912, in 1914, International Convention for Safety of Life at Sea was done, and they have adopted the SOLAS, that is the Safety of Life at Sea. So after the Titanic accident, they have made the guideline, and after 1940, that is the SOLAS was adopted, it was again amended in 1974, and it is now, this is also governed by the International Maritime Organization, IMO, International Maritime Organization, which govern, it is applicable to ships on international voyage and covering cargo and passenger vessels. So this is the international convention. After that, SOLAS has been, this is after one accident. Next, this is the objectives of SOLAS. What they ensure the protection of individual at sea. That is the safety of human life is very important. That has been adopted in the SOLAS. After that, there is a aim to reduce the occurrence of sea accident. The another preventive maritime accident, their aim was to reduce the occurrence of sea accident. Third one, improve the sea construction and emergency readiness. Also the construction of sea, designing, material use. They are also doing research and development and suggest the improvement for the ship construction and emergency readiness. Last point, safeguard the marine ecosystem. Also, there is a provision, there is an objective of SOLAS to protect the marine environment. This is the all the chapters of SOLAS, in which if you go through this one, they have covered all kind of related to safety health issues in the maritime life. That is chapter 2 is about the fire protection, fire reduction and fire extinction. Third is life safety appliances and arrangement, and there is a safety navigation, chapter 5, and chapter 7 is carry of dangerous goods. That is required the compliance of IMDG code, that is used for the transporting of hazardous materials. Nuclear ships, management of ships operation, safety measures, maritime security, additional safety measures for bulk carriers. These all are provision has been done under SOLAS after the amendment. The importance of SOLAS, that is it ensures the standardized safety practices for ship worldwide, reduce risk of collisions, fires and structure failure. Actually they give the they also prepare the emergency response plan and crew training. It also help in search and rescue operation if there is any sea accident, and also protect the marine environment from ship related hazards. So this is all our importance of the safety of life at sea. When before that there was no such safety standard related to SOLAS was there. They are working for the risk reduction. They prepare the emergency plan and they also standardize the safety. This is actually after SOLAS, that is the safety of life at sea. There is a accident happen in sea related to the dangerous cargo. After that, there is an organization is established in 1948, that is Intergovernmental Maritime Consultative Organization, IMCO. But later on it was changed in 1982, IMO, that is the International Maritime Organization, that is headquartered in London and having the 176 country. India is also part of that one. India is included in the IMO in 1959. Governing body IMO Assembly and IMO Council. Official language is English, French, Spanish, Arabic, Chinese and Russian. So this is the organization that is a part of the United Nations. It is a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for regulating shipping to ensure maritime safety, security and environmental protection. So IMO has been collaborated, will be the now part of the United Nations organizations for regulating, ensure safety, maritime safety, security and environmental protection. This is the main aim of the IMO, International Maritime Organization. This is the objective of IMO. IMO is the same, it is shown here, that is the maritime safety, develop regulations to prevent the ship accident and structural failures. So IMO is also part of UN. Now they are working in the safety, security and prevention of marine pollution, and they also set the standard for ship design, cargo handling to optimize the operation, and also establish a uniform regulatory framework for global shipping. So it is very important to uniform there should be, because the ships cargo import and export is there. They are moving from one country to another country. So there is a need of uniform regulatory framework for global shipping. This is the brief that one. I have there is everyone is talking about IMDG code, that is International Maritime Dangerous Good Code 1965. Actually this code was initially prepared, but it was not made mandatory. After many accidents has happened in the sea, and after that in the year of 2004 it has been made mandatory. All the ships, all who are doing the all the ships operating from one country to another, they have to follow the IMDG code after 2004. This is the and also these are the brief of the different like SOLAS, safety of life FC, that is in 1974, and MARPOL, that is MARPOL is also marine pollution prevention, because many accidents happen in which the fish and other die due to the what happens, the sea discharge some hazardous or some chemicals, they are not about the nature, and due to that fish are dying in the ships. So MARPOL is also adopted by the IMO in the 1973, and it is modified in the 1978. So IMDG code that is now made mandatory after the 2004. So when you see the any vessel is coming, any cargo, dangerous cargo is movement, then you will see that they are mandatory, they are following the IMDG code. This is the brief summary of the IMO. They have adopted, and when they has been adopted, like in 1973, MARPOL treaty has been done to prevent the marine pollution, and in 1978, STCW regulation has been done. That is ST. So this is the class in the IMDG code. There are different chemicals are there. So in we have already stated that there are different kind of chemicals. There is a large number of voluminous chemicals and also dangerous chemicals. So in order to prevent any accident, we cannot handle all the chemicals. So we have make classification. So for a particular class, there is a particular type of fire extinguisher can be used, particular type of fire prevention, particular there is a process to mitigate if there is any accident. For that, this is the provision has been made by the International Maritime Dangerous Good. First, they have done the classification of this is process of classifying, identifying the material. After that, they have done for easy for identification, labeling and marking of the package has been done, so that if in case of any leakage, seepage, what is the prevention measure, what is the antidotes required to be given for a particular chemicals or particular category of chemicals. So labeling is there, so that anyone can understand. Because the chemicals is very difficult to understand, thousands of chemicals of the similar color, nature. So labeling has been done so that they can handle. Even after labeling of that one, what happens, there is a arrangement of material on the ship for the transport, because many chemicals are not compatible with other chemicals. If one chemicals mixed with other chemicals, that leads to the fire, hazards, explosion. So there is a stowage is done, arrangement in the material is done in base of the compatibility of the different chemicals. So there is a leakage of one chemicals doesn't affect to the other chemicals. So there is a segregation method in which if particular kind of chemical, they should be stored 3 meters away, 6 meters away, 9 meters away, and which chemicals can be stored with which kind of chemicals. These are depend on the for this there is a stowage method is there. Emergency information, it is also required to be provided for information regarding in case of any leaks of if there is any leakage of chemicals. So we should we should able to provide, that is for that SDS, that is safety data sheet, are provided with all the any kind of chemicals if there is a shipment. So SDS is provided, in which the all kind of emergency, how to handle, how to do in case of emergency, in case of fire, in case of leakage, seepage, any kind of, and also what kind of packing is required for a particular chemicals. That information are also IMDG has made a provision that should be followed. Documentation, keeping record of material being shipped is also necessarily when we are any dangerous good are shipped from any country to country, globally, worldwide. It is need to be keep the record of material being shipped. Segregation, another very important international maritime dangerous goods provision has been made for segregation of material that react with each other should be kept apart. Depending on the nature of reactivity, their hazardous nature, they are, I have told, they are kept depending on the nature, 3 meter, 6 meter, 9 meters. There is a standard guideline has been made which category, which classification of material should be, how much distance should be arranged in the ship, which material should be kept on the deck, which should be on the top of which one. So all dangerous material that based on the classifications, they are segregated, they are arranged inside the which material even should be kept on top, which should be on the deck, which should be on the deck. So like oxidizing material, peroxide, which have reactivity with water if there is a rain or moisture. So that kind of material should be kept on the deck. So depending on the nature of chemicals, a table of summary has also been published by the IMDG, International Maritime Dangerous Good. They have published a list of chemicals based on the compatibility and hazardous natures, and their distance are also given for like class 1 chemicals. If they are again storing class 2 chemicals, so distance should be, it can be 0, 3, 6, 9. That how much apart should be kept for the safety. Also, IMDG code that I have told, it has been made mandatory after 2004. It should be. So there is a training personnel on the security measures during the CP. So now the also from RLI Chennai we have provided training on the IMDG code, International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code, to the Chennai port. There is a PSA, that is Port of Singapore Authority. To them we have provided a training. So there is a also provision, and this has been made now mandatory after 2004. So everyone now start providing in-house or external training need to be provided for the prevent the any kind of accident, leakage, or what to do in case of any kind of leakage, seepage, and if any dangerous goods are carrying, what precautions should be, what there is where we should in the SDS data sheet we can also give the where they can, this one can be. This is the detailed explanation of the International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code. Is structured into 2 main volumes along with the supplement. This volume contains the detailed rules guideline for the safe transport of hazardous material by sea. So also there is a, when any port are handling any kind of dangerous good, so these books are should be compulsory, that is volume 1, volume 2 and supplementary required to be kept, and it may be available. I have seen also the agency or container terminal, port terminal who are handling this type of dangerous good. They have these books are available with him. So International Maritime Dangerous Good Code is globally recognized. Okay, it is now globally recognized, also make mandatory after 2004, and it ensures the safe transportation of hazardous material by sea. It provides the guidelines for classification, packaging, marking, labeling, documentation, storage, and emergency response for dangerous goods ships internationally. So this type of accident has happened after, like I have told, after the Titanic. Sound is not there, na? Sound is not there, na? Okay. After a Titanic accident in the 1912, I have told that Solaj has been adopted in 1914. So this is an accident happened in the sea in which they are carrying the dangerous good, and there were no properly they have done the arrangement as per the IMO. After that, the IMO code. After this accident has happened, one accident has happened in also Mumbai port. Mumbai port is also there is an accident happened. After that, in 2004, IMDG code has been make mandatory and globally accepted, adopted by UN. So everyone who are carrying any kind of dangerous good have to follow the IMDG code. And these are the detail of the volume that books I have shown to you, in which these are the details of the IMDG code available. This contain details of the consignment procedure, also use of the packing, intermediate bulk, cargo. There is a construction testing of the packing material, intermediate bulk container, large packing portable tanks. See all the provision of the construction testing, packing for class, and provision of construction testing of intermediate and bulk container. All the provisions related to the safety of the bulk, hazardous, toxic, volatile, all kind of cargo has been included in the IMDG code. Volume 1 related to the packing and transports, and volume 2 is related to the dangerous good list. There is a list of dangerous good has been given in the volume 2 of the IMDG code, and there is a guideline for dangerous cargo, shipment of dangerous cargo, and also IMDG, International Maritime Dangerous Good, has made a provision of proper shipping number, hazard class, and packing group, so that to prevent any kind of accidents, that is the globally accepted, and it is uniformly all over the world, so that with their PSN number, propping ship number, that has to be accepted by all the countries, and they have to follow. IMDG code provide the additional, this is the supplementary. I have told IMDG has the volume 1, volume 2, and the supplementary. Supplementary, there is a, in which the emergency response procedures for ship carrying dangerous good, EMS guideline, action plan for spill, fire, container damage has been provided in the additional supplementary book of the IMDG code, in which also MFAG, Medical First Aid Guide, Medical Treatment Guideline for chemical exposure or poisoning has been given in the. So if you anywhere, any container terminal you go, you will find that these three kind of books, in which in case of any emergency, detail of the first aid guideline has also been given, so that in case of any emergency you can refer, and also rule for storing, handling of pesticide, volatile, toxic chemicals has been given in this one. So this is the brief summary. IMDG code has also classified the different kind of chemicals that has also been explained in earlier lectures, in which there is a 9 kind of dangerous good that has been classified, that has been covered, so I am not going to deep on this one, because this has been covered by our previous lectures. And chemicals, what na chemicals are, we say it is a hazardous, it is a radioactive, but it is useful, like someone is a radioactive, we have to, if there is a proper use, if you proper handling, that is the good and for the humankind. Like many are radioactive materials are there that is used for the X-ray that is used for the cancer treatment. But if are not handled properly, they also danger to us, they harm to us. So this is the nature of chemicals. Depend. So based on the nature, there is some we have. If we handle properly, we can take advantage of that. And so we need to proper handling of these chemicals, because these are toxic, infectious substances, but they also useful for our life. So this is the detail of the different article. That is the we not going to this one detail that is given in the IMDG code. This is the when there is a transposition. This symbol is everywhere. In every when there you find any container, sieve. When handling this one, these are the symbol given in the. These are the symbol you should, this one should you should recognize. Based on the symbol you can able to take the prevention measures. This is the inflammable substances, and this is based on the categorized labeling has been developed to prevent the. This is the symbol for non-flammable gases. This is the symbol of toxic gases. An example is also given like ammonia, chlorine, carbon monoxide. And this is the symbol for poison gas. And if you are any trucks carrying, transporting this kind of toxic gases, then these are symbol given on the transport. Flammable liquid, these are the symbol given. So this is the inflammable solid, sulfur, aluminum powder. When you can also recognize this if any container, truck carrying any this type of good, this symbol you can recognize what is going on. And if you have knowledge in case of any leakage, seepage, then you have knowledge, you can save the human beings, you can save the life of persons. Because many times what happens there during the transportation, some accident happens. Then by the symbol you can recognize the kind of the type of the chemicals, and prevention action can be taken. So this is also dangerous when wet. So in this case, this symbol is given and written. That case, in case of you find any accident, or you should not put water for this, otherwise it becomes more dangerous. This is the symbol of oxidizing agent, that is potassium nitrate, potassium bromate, and symbol is flame over a circle in black. This is the organic peroxide. So this is the level, and also IMO some day to day they modify the symbol also depending on the, but total is the it is categorized into the total 9 kind of. This is the radioactive and this is the 7th classification. 8 is the corrosive. This is the miscellaneous. This all about the classification has been done, and that is done as per the also MARPOL, one agency has been under the United Nations organization that has been adopted, in which they give we should not do the marine pollution. There is a special provision now they cannot throw the any their garbage or even anything in the sea. Before that, what happened during the transit, they have overloaded with the waste material or any kind of they throw in the ship. Now they cannot throw in the port when they go. Then all their waste are their biomedical waste. There are other bio waste and other waste. There is an agency come in the port and captain handle by written and recording, and they are not allowed to be throw in the. These are the PSN number, that is the proper shipping name, and UN, this is adopted by the United Nations Agency. And this type of information level stick are when there is a transport of dangerous goods, these are the level stickers are pasted on the truck lorry to prevent the accidents. So these are the different kind of packing group has been made, and substances having the higher danger, kept in danger 1, having the medium kept under 2. Also provision has been made to declare. Declaration need to be signed by shippers, and because what happen when you are transporting danger goods, so there is a extra charges they have to pay. So to prevent that one, sometimes it does not declare that it is a dangerous good, and in the name something inside the packet there is something they declare it something else. Like so nowadays the courier comes, if you have ordered a mobile phone, it comes some other items. Like that in ships, if there is no proper declaration, the chemicals are like radioactive, chemicals are like other one. So you have to give the declaration, because according to nature of the dangerous good, there is a properly arrangement, distance and proper packing, who should be on the top, who should be on the bottom. There is a provision has been made. So you need to the declare, and this type of packing has been done so that this arrangement can be made to prevent the accident. These are the total 9 kind of dangerous substances that I have covered. This is the play card that you have to remember who are involved in the transportations of dangerous good, or who are any shipping agent or sub. Everyone should know about the marking, labeling of and play carding. This is the segregation table for the dangerous goods, so I will not explain to this one, in which based on the category and the class, where it is 0 means no segregation necessary, where A is written that is away from, and where S is written there is a minimum distance is 3 meter, where it is minimum 6, somewhere 6 meter, 3 meter are required. Based on the different chemicals, it is segregation table has been prepared. So and which are chemicals which are not compatible with other chemicals, that list is also given here. Where there is a cross, then that chemical should not be transported with that chemicals. So there is a difference between that one. This is the segregation given. I have told you there is a provision where 3 meter distance should be, someone is where some dangerous cargo is there, then other cargo is not, other cargo is prohibited. That is also given. When there is a there is a 12 meter gap is also there, 24 meter is also provision has been made based on the nature of dangerous cargo. These are the all details are given here, so these are need to refer, particularly when you are a particular kind of dangerous cargo, then you have to refer. And this is a chart. This chart is generally available with captain of the ship or master of the ship when they are doing the arranging the different cargo, then that time it is necessary to be included. These are the documents that is the need to be has already been covered. So next there is a speed spoil package or drum or rectifiable container. The dangerous goods shall immediately be carefully collected and disposed of. Destroy and contaminated areas shall be immediately cleaned under guidance of competent authority. If any dangerous good escape leak from the package or drums or receptacles. So if there is a authority, there is also provision in the IMDG code that training should be provided to the, and also in chemical there is a one chemical safety, other is a security. What is that? In security it should be that only authorized person should able to handle the situation or some area which is the chemical storage area, dangerous storage area. Only authorized person should allow to enter in that area. In case of spillage involving hazardous good or substances, decontamination measures need to be taken to prevent the further deterioration, to prevent the further worsen the situations. This is some example in which it is cross means it should not be stored or in that way, and so this is the not a proper way to storing. It has been mentioned. This is the way, acceptable way of packing of different chemicals. There is also in international dangerous cargo handling, there is also social provisions. No person shall commit or attempt to commit any act which may tend to cause a fire or explosion or spill causing pollution or about any place in the port area where dangerous goods are handled, stored or transported. Because it is a life of not only to one person, or it may, if any, there is a different dangerous goods are stored. So there leads to the catastrophic effect, and one dangerous cargo leads to the explosion of another, and completely area can be damaged. So there is a special provision this has been made, it should be there. That all we covered about the IMDG dangerous cargo good. Apart from that, the National Fire Protection Agency has also made a standard. A US-based standard has been made for the National Fire Protection Agency. This is called the Fire Diamond. This is also when you are carrying any, you see any shipment or chemicals, this the diamond shape is also declared. So based on the numbers, you can find out that what is the potential of the hail hazard, potential of the fire hazard, potential of specific hazard, potential of the instability hazard. So this is our number are given for the depending on the potential of health hazard. This is the arrangement has been done as per the IMDG code. So I leave it one. This is the video of the container ship with 27 crew member on board caught the fire. It is in August 2010. This accident happened in the Mumbai port. Okay. Incident occurred at 334 nautical miles from the Lakshadweep Island, and it is near to the Mumbai port. So many accidents has happened even in India. Still the members, 4 or 5 crew members also not able to find out, and this accident happens in August. In the August 2010 Mumbai Port of India, this accident happened. This accident was type of fire and explosion on a container ship, and after the accident investigation, it is revealed that due to the improper declaration and handling of hazardous cargo under the IMDG code. So they are not properly declared what kind of cargo they are carrying out. So this accident has happened in the in August 2010 in the Mumbai port. That is IMDG code is a global standard for safe transportation of hazardous material by sea. In case a container ship at Mumbai port was loading cargo when a fire broke out, leading to a series of explosions. So in which what the dangerous cargo they have not properly declared, so there is a series of explosion and they are not able to prevent the accidents. So there is a, based on the accident, guideline has been issued, this one, this accident was due to the incorrect declaration, and this is the finding of you can say of the Mumbai accident, in which there is a incorrect declaration, hazardous material was ignored, there is a delay in emergency procedures, inspection failure. So these are the reasons due to which that accident has happened. This is the key finding of the accident happened at Mumbai port. Ki ship was carrying a chemical cargo that was incorrectly declared as non-hazardous. Actually, they are carrying the hazardous cargo, but they are declared as a non-hazardous cargo. The cargo included calcium hypochlorite, which is prone of self-heating and combustion if not properly stored. Second, improper packing and storage. Calcium hypochlorite was stored in a standard container instead of IMDG code compliant ventilated container. So there is also lack of awareness and training. It was in finding of the accident that there is a ship's crew was unaware of the hazardous nature of the cargo. Emergency response procedures was also delayed due to lack of proper training. But in the in the IMDG or IMO has made, after this mandatory training should be provided who are handling the dangerous goods. IMDG code require proper labeling, documentation, storage of dangerous goods. In this case, there was a failure of enforcement and inspections at port. This is another accident has been taken at Colombo. There is a chemical fire caused an explosion of the who are carrying the dangerous good, and they are rescued by the Sri Lankan military was called to rescue, but due to they are different kind of chemical and they failed to extinguish the fire, and situation deteriorated, and they have abandoned the cargo and ship at the sea itself, and all the cargo, all the vessels has been destroyed in the ship. Due to the accident, they are not properly prevention measure, or they have not stored as per the procedures of the IMDG code. They have not followed the compatibility of this one. So this is that we have to prevent the accident, to improve the safety risk management systems. We need to integrate the chemical safety management and chemical security management. There is a need of integration of so that more effective risk reduction can be done for the better communication, for increased safety and security culture, and more effective use of limited resources. So, in order to this is I close here this talks, and Bijender, then we close here our talks and have a tea break. And thank you all of you for patience listening. Anyone have any question they can ask. Thank you all of you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Tarno Chandan, sir, Director DG Faucely, for giving your inside sessions. I will request Mr. Arun Raj, Safety Officer of VOC Port, to present a memento to sir. Kindly please, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The next tea break session, this tea is arranged nearby that tree. Please go and take the tree, then come back. The next section will be taken by our Dr. Baby Rani ma'am, Senior Medical Officer, VOC Port Authority. That is the last session. So please cooperate with us. Still 1 hour is more. Okay, don't worry about the time. Within the time, you can complete this session. So please come immediately after the completion of tea break. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, thanks to VOC Port and DG Facility to conduct this type of training for our port users. And especially, I want to say I was one of the DG Facility students in 2011 in RLI Kolkata. So it is happy to see once more our people here to conduct this training. First, and once again telling thanks for the training. We have gained a lot of things in what to do in the port area and what not to do in the port area, and especially in the dark waters and hazardous handling, chemicals handling. So once again, thanks for the persons who teach us a lot, and what to say, thanks once again. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening to all. First, my name is Hello, good evening to all. I am Mr. Ayyapan of PSTS Shipping Services. Hello. Good evening to all. Myself Ayyapan from PSTS Shipping Services. Today, both with the Director of General Factory Advice Services, Laboratories, conducted this program. This program is very useful to all. While we are familiar with this things, this today program regarding carrying of dangerous goods is very useful to us. We have to follow, and this program in maintenance has to be conducted to teach all. Thank you very much.
Good evening all. I am Guru Swami, Assistant Engineer, Marine Department, VOC Chittamnagar Port Trust. Today, I first of all thank for giving me an opportunity to participate in this safety workshop. It was very useful, and I once again thank for giving a very nice opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening all. This is Minaj Sundaram, working as a fire officer, Southern Petrochemical Industries Corporation Limited. Thanks VOC Port Trust for giving the wonderful opportunity. I am under the DG Firstly. The theme is emergency response. Is very nice and excellent to all of you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I am Muthuswamy from Sea Green Shooting, branch manager. Today talk safety workshop, very useful to us. They execute very well and very easy to understand to everybody. We will implement to our workers what they are explaining to us, what they are execute to us. Thank you to all.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks to give the opportunity for the VOCPA to participate in this event of hazardous chemical handling and storage. Our DG Firstly staffs are well explained about the storage and safe method of storage areas. Thank you so much for this.
Hello. Good evening, one and all. I am Satyamurthy, Senior ADM, Traffic Department, VOC Port. First of all, I thank DG Firstly and our Safety Officer Aruraj sir for making this workshop. It was very useful and speaking much about the IMDG and other codes which are involved in handling dangerous and hazardous chemical goods. So we thank the people from Ministry of Labour and Employment, DG Firstly, and our ADS, Mr. Bijendra sir, for doing such a good thing. And we also request the DG Firstly people to ensure that these kind of educative things are also implemented in the port in day-to-day dock operation. So I hope it will be useful to all users also. Thank you so much.
இன்னும் நேம் எழுதாதவங்க தயவு செய்து நேமை ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருங்க. ஷினோ ஷிப்பிங்ல இருந்து 5 மெம்பர்ஸ் வந்திருக்கீங்க. உங்களுடைய நேம் அங்கே கொடுத்துருங்க, ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணிருங்க. உங்களுடைய ஃபீட்பேக் ரொம்ப நன்றி. வேற யாராவது ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுக்க விரும்புறீங்களா? Anybody want to give feedback? Please come forward. அஸ்வின்வால் யார் வந்திருக்கீங்க? வாங்க. அஸ்வின்வால் மேலே வாங்க. வேற யாராவது ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுக்க விரும்புறீங்களா? Technical solution, Paramassivan, எங்க இருக்கீங்க? Come.
Good evening, everyone. I am Paramassivan from Technical Solutions. First of all, I thank the port authorities and the DG Firstly people, the safety personnel from port and all of our colleagues, because this is very wonderful experience and education theories on safety in dog work and handling of dangerous goods. Actually, it is not education, it is our primary thing. Safety is our primary thing, it is not practice. So, for arranging this wonderful session, I thank everybody, and we promise in this session we all follow the safety measures and work safe manner. Thank you very much.
நான் சொல்றவங்கலாம் இருக்கீங்களான்னு கொஞ்சம் செக் பண்ணிடுங்க. ஏன்னா எல்லாருடைய சர்டிஃபிகேட்டும் நம்ம இந்த இடத்துல கொடுக்க முடியாது. ஸோ சில பேருடைய சர்டிஃபிகேட் மட்டும் அப்ராக்சிமேட்டாக ஒரு 10ல இருந்து 20 பேர் மட்டும் நான் செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன். அது ரேண்டமாக தான் செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன். ஸோ இருந்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், இல்லைனாலும் எனக்கு சொல்லிடுங்க. ஏன்னா டிராஃபிக் மேனேஜர் வந்து இது கொடுக்கும்போது உங்கள் பேர் வந்து நீங்கள் ஃப்ரண்டில் வந்து வாங்கணும். ஸோ சர்டிஃபிகேட் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் பண்ணும்போது யூ மஸ்ட் பிரசன்ட் ஹியர். ஸோ டீ குடிச்சிட்டு அப்படி போயிடாதீங்க. இன்னொரு ½ அன் ஹவரில் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் முடிஞ்சிடும். ரிசப்ஷனில் ஏன் கூட்டமாக இருக்குது? நீங்கள் நேம் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா ரிசப்ஷனில் நிற்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. நேம் கொடுக்காதவங்க மட்டும் அங்கே நில்லுங்க. பொறுமையாக செய்யலாம், ஒன்றும் அவசரம் இல்லை. சர்டிஃபிகேட் எல்லாருக்கும் உண்டு. ப்ளீஸ் come and take your seat. Then only we can go for the next session. It is the final one. The near to closing session we are coming. So please, half an hour, within half an hour we can complete. No problem. Okay. அங்கே கூட்டம் போடாதீங்க, வாங்க. Okay. One more feedback from Green Star. Speak, please come. Okay. Anybody want to give any feedback? Please come forward to stage. Varadan varinga. Aran Grafs Varadan. Aran Grafs Varadarajan. Varinga. Feedback கொடுக்க வரீங்களா? Who are willing to give the feedback, immediately come forward. ஸ்நாக்ஸ் கிடைக்காதவங்க, டீ கிடைக்காதவங்க கேட்டு வாங்கிடுங்க. உங்களுடைய ஒர்க் ஷாப் கிட் கையில் ரெடியாக வச்சுக்கிடுங்க. வாட்டர் பாட்டில்ஸ் பின்னால் இருக்கு, வேணா வாங்கிடுங்க.
Good evening, Honorable President here. This is one of the beautiful event which is conducted by DG Facility, and it was very useful for us. And thank you.
The 5th session of this occasion will start now. Hello. I am Arul Raj, VOC Port Safety Officer. I thank to the DG Bosley team and VOC Port Authority for giving an opportunity to participate in this 8th workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals. This kind of the workshop is verily used to all the port users, stakeholders, those are handling the cargo with safe manner. The sub-theme of this occasion is response, emergency response. This is also very important. So this workshop covers all the areas, that is all kind of the safety. So each and every person can easily understand and also to implement it in the workplace. So I especially thank to our chairperson, deputy chairperson, and all HODs. Those are participants sitting here with us. And first but not least, I submitted my complete thanks to our DG Bosley team. one of the member from NIT Tirupati, Dr. Arthanariswaran sir. That section also very impressed in the morning. Then Dr. Kunal Sharma sir, that section. Mr. Dhanush Chandan sir section. Sri Sumit Roy sir section. Likely all the sessions are highly impressed us, interact us. So I am very happy this kind of the workshop may be conducted in sequential manner in all the major ports. Then only we can update the recent technologies, recent updated technologies in the safety sector. VOC துறைமுகம் சார்பாக நடந்த இந்த ஒர்க்ஷாப் மிகுந்த உற்சாகத்தையும் பாதுகாப்பையும் குறித்து நமக்கு வலியுறுத்தியிருக்கிறது. இதை ஏற்பாடு செய்த துறைமுக பொறுப்பு தலைவர், துணைத் தலைவர் மற்றும் எல்லா துறை தலைவர்களுக்கும் நான் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இது போன்ற ஒரு ஒர்க்ஷாப் எல்லா இடங்களிலும், குறிப்பாக அனைத்து பெரிய துறைமுகங்கள், மிகப்பெரிய துறைமுகங்களாக மேஜர் போர்ட்டாக இருக்கக்கூடிய 13 துறைமுகங்களிலும் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட கால இடைவெளிக்குள்ளாக நடத்தப்பட வேண்டும் என்பது எங்களுடைய விருப்பம். விஓசி துறைமுகம் சார்பாக டிஜி பாஸ்லே டீமுக்கும் மற்றும் வந்திருந்த ஸ்பெஷல் கெஸ்ட் அவர்களுக்கும் நாங்கள் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து இது போன்ற நிகழ்ச்சிகளை நாம் பங்கு பெற்று நம்முடைய பாதுகாப்பை உறுதி செய்து பணி எப்பொழுதும் சிறக்க பாடுபடுவோமாக. நன்றி, வணக்கம். The next session, Dr. K. Babirani, Senior Medical Officer from VOC Port Authority, for taking the last section about the emergency response. Madam, I kindly welcome you and make your presentation, please. Hello.
Very good evening. Hello. Very good evening to everyone. Uchchahame iliye. Good evening. Asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityoma amrudam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness unto light. Lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. We all strive for peace, right? Yes or no? Yeah, it is a workshop, no? So we have to interact, right? புரியுதா? தமிழ்ல பேசணுமா, இங்கிலீஷ்ல பேசணுமா? தமிழ்ல பேசணுமா? எந்தெந்த கம்பெனிஸ்ல என்ன வந்திருக்கீங்க? Snow shipping, right? DBGT, Seapool, JM Lakshi. Okay, right. From VOC Port? Only very few hands. Okay, maybe the morning session was full of crowd. So the topic given to me is medical management strategies for dock emergencies. But நம்ம ஒரு இத கத்துக்கணும்னா we should get into the session. Thoughts apart. மற்ற தாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வெளியில வச்சுக்கோங்க. whatever has been in our mind, just keep it upside. ஒரு half an hour we will come into this medical management strategies for dock emergencies. So this is the dock area. Medical management, இந்த ஒரு வார்த்தையை you should understand what is medical management, what are the strategies, what are dock emergencies. Only then you will understand, right? சின்ன குழந்தைக்கு சொல்ற மாதிரி சொல்றேன்னு நினைச்சாதீங்க. I just want you all to be present in this moment. This is a dark area, and dark area has got lot of, it faces lot of emergency situations. So that is the part we are concerned. Medical people are concerned with emergencies. Medical department எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் ஏதாவது எமர்ஜென்சி வந்தா உடனே ஞாபகம் வந்துரும். சாதாரணமாவே யாருமே கூட போன்ல எல்லாம் பேச மாட்டாங்க. உடம்பு சரியில்லைனா உடனே ஞாபகம் வந்துரும். உடனே ஃபோன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. அதே மாதிரி if there is any emergency, immediately you call for the doctor. But before you call for the doctor, you need to have some idea about first aid. அதுக்கு தான் இன்னைக்கு program. So what are the common emergencies in dog? Dogல என்னென்ன emergencies வரும்னா common slips, trips and falls, fall from great height, அதனால வரக்கூடிய injuries, drowning, exposure to hazards. Hazardsனா நிறைய hazardsனா என்ன தெரியுமா? தமிழ்ல hazardsனா என்னது? hazardனா ஆபத்து, அபாயம். சல்ஃபர் ஹேண்டில் பண்றாங்க, அமோனியா ஹேண்டில் பண்றாங்க. சோ அதனால வரக்கூடிய ஆபத்துகள், கெமிக்கல் ஸ்பில்ஸ், burns, electrocution. Electrocutionல நிறைய பேரை we have lost also. Snake bite, foreign body, etc. நிறைய emergencies இருக்குது. So medical management strategies. Strategies na enadhu? What is a strategy? Strategy na enadhu தமிழ்ல? உத்திகள் என்ன செய்யலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப சிம்பிள் தான். இந்த டாபிக் வந்து இந்த எமர்ஜென்சி பார்த்தாச்சு, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜியை பார்த்தாச்சு, அவ்வளவுதான், எல்லாரும் போலாம் தான். பட் கொஞ்சம் விரிவா சொல்லலாம்னு இருக்கோம். So strategies வந்து swift assessment. உடனே we have to assess the situation. Condition உடனே assess பண்ணோம். We have to stabilize within the resources in our hand. நம்ம கையில என்ன இருக்குதோ அதை வச்சு நம்மளால என்ன செய்ய முடியுமோ அதை செய்யணும். And அந்த ஸ்பாட்ல இருந்து அந்த விக்டிமை எவாக்குவேட் பண்ணி ஹாஸ்பிடலுக்கு கூட்டி போகணும். இப்போ நம்ம கையில ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் கிட் கொஞ்சம் இருக்கும், அந்த கிட்ட வச்சு நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியுமோ அண்ட் கம்யூனிகேஷன் டிவைசஸ் வச்சு நம்ம கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணி இமிடியேட் கேர் கொடுக்க வேண்டியது நம்மளுடைய ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் டீமோட பொறுப்பு. அண்ட் இதெல்லாம் அட்ஹியர் பண்ணும்போது you have to adhere to the protocols. நமக்கு தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் தெரியும்னு சொல்லிட்டு இஷ்டம் போல எல்லாம் செய்யக்கூடாது. So you should know what has to be done at the right time. இப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட்னா என்ன, அதோட எய்ம் என்ன? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் is defined as the immediate treatment given to the victim of an accident or sudden illness before medical help is obtained. டாக்டர் வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னென்ன செய்ய முடியுமோ அது செய்யறதா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட். To preserve life, to promote recovery, to prevent worsening and shift the victim to the hospital. So இதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் பத்தி. இப்போ கோல்டன் ஹவர்னு சொல்றோம் இல்லையா, கோல்டன் ஹவர். அந்த கோல்டன் ஹவர்க்குள்ள நீங்க ஷிஃப்ட் பண்ணிடணும் பேஷண்ட்டை. இல்லைன்னா அந்த பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு ஏதாவது மார்பிடிட்டி வந்துடும். மார்டாலிட்டி, மார்பிடிட்டி ரெண்டுக்கு வித்தியாசம் தெரியுமா? மார்டாலிட்டினா என்ன, மார்பிடிட்டினா என்னன்னு தெரியுமா? மார்டாலிட்டினா இறந்து போயிடுவாங்க, மார்பிடிட்டினா அதனால அவங்களுக்கு ரெசிடுவலா ஏதாவது டிசீசஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ இது ரெண்டுலையும் நம்ம ப்ரிவென்ட் பண்ணணும்னா அந்த கோல்டன் ஹவர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 1 hour குள்ள நீங்க எவ்வளவு ஸ்விஃப்டா ஆக்ட் பண்றீங்களோ அதுதான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். So you should get the right patient in the right time to the right place. The common causes of workplace injury. Workplace injuries வந்து நிறைய இருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பாயிண்ட் வந்து ஓவர் எக்ஸர்ஷன் தான் போட்டுருக்காங்க. We get over exerted, பயங்கர work, heavy work. Morning 8 o'clock வந்து evening 8 o'clock வரைக்கும் டைம் போறதே தெரியல. அவ்வளோ we get over exerted and which goes unnoticed. நமக்கே தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. ஒரு மிஷினுக்கு தான் ஏதாவது ஒரு ஓவர்லோட் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா ஒரு ட்ரிப் ஆகக்கூடிய இருக்குது. பட் மனுஷனுக்கு அது இல்லை. We keep on working. Finally we get exhausted. So அந்த நிலைமைக்கு நம்ம போக கூடாது. So that also should be taken as one of the injury. அது தவிர நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி slips and trips அதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. So management strategies la vandu modalla you should ask the history. Suppose the patient is conscious na avata history kekalam, symptoms enna paakalam, signs enna paakalam, appo you have to provide the treatment. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம் என்னன்னா, நீங்க நல்லது பண்றீங்களோ இல்லையோ கெடுதல் பண்ணிர கூடாது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் பண்றேன், ஒரு எலும்பு முறிஞ்சிருக்க பேஷண்ட் படுத்துப்பான், போய் தூக்குறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த எலும்பு மறுபடியும் கூட கொஞ்சம் விட்டுற கூடாது. So that is very very important. தெரியல செய்தக்க வல்ல செய்யக்கெடும், செய்தக்க செய்யாமை யானும் கெடும்னு ஒரு குறள் இருக்குது. நீங்க செய்ய வேண்டிய விஷயத்தை கரெக்டா செய்யணும், செய்ய வேண்டாத விஷயத்தை நீங்க செஞ்சு வச்சீங்கன்னா அதுவும் பிரச்சனை. Which do you consider most precious? Life-ஆ, money-ஆ, relationship-ஆ, health-ஆ, time-ஆ? லைஃப்னு யாரும் சொல்றீங்க? யாருமே சொல்லியா? லைஃப் ப்ரெஷஸ் இல்லையா உங்களுக்குலாம்? கை தூக்குங்க யாரெல்லாம் லைஃப் ப்ரெஷஸ் சொல்றீங்களோ. 2 பேருக்கு தான் லைஃப் ப்ரெஷஸ். வெரி சேட். மணி ப்ரெஷஸ் யாரெல்லாம் சொல்றீங்க இப்போ? அதுவும் யாரும் சொல்லல. ஓ வெரி குட் வெரி குட். there is 1% to tell money is precious. relationship அதுவும் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஹெல்த்துக்கு எல்லாம் ஃபைன். ஒருத்தர் 2 கையை தூக்கிட்டாரு ஹெல்த்துக்கு. டைம் அதுக்கும் கொஞ்சம் பேர் தான். சரி, ஏன் லைஃப் ப்ரெஷியஸ் இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க எல்லாரும்? லைஃப் ப்ரெஷியஸ் இல்லையா? நிறைய பேர் கை நான் நினைச்சேன் எல்லாரும் everyone will lift your hands for life. Isn't life precious? லைஃப் இருந்தா தான் ஹெல்த்தே இருக்கும். First of all, what is life? Think. We are all alive, right? தெரியுமா? We are all alive தெரியுமா? Why do you say you are alive? Out of the way. Yeah, I would like to thank our DG facility director and all. Out of the way பேசலாம், but I think should keep the session lively. That is the reason I am talking like this. What is life? That you are all conscious is life. That conscience is life. I would say that life is more precious than anything else. Just to save your life, you have to have money, have a relationship, have good health, and your time you spend for your life. சரி, இப்போ நம்ம இதுக்குள்ள வரலாம். Fall from height. மேல இருந்து கீழ விழுந்துட்டாங்கன்னா என்ன strategy இது பண்ணுவீங்க? மேல இருந்து கீழ விழுந்தா what happen naturally? He may either have any cuts, bruises, sprains, fractures or dislocation. So இதை எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும்? எல்லாத்துக்குமே சேம் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி தான். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யூ ஹேவ் டு அசஸ் பண்ணணும் எப்படி இருக்குதுன்னு. அண்ட் அது ரொம்ப காம்ப்ளிகேட்டா சிம்பிளா இருக்கு. சாதாரண கட்டா இருக்குன்னா லைட்டா தான் ஊண்டு இருக்கும். யூ கேன் ஸ்லைட் ப்ளீடிங் இருக்கும். ஒரு ப்ரெஷர் ப்ளீடிங் எங்க இருந்தாலும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யூ ஹேவ் டு அப்ளை ப்ரெஷர் அப்ளை பண்ணனா the bleeding will be controlled. After that you can put a dressing. சின்ன சின்ன ப்ரூயிஸ்னா you need not worry. ஸ்ப்ரெயின்ஸ் இருந்தா ஸ்ப்ரெயின்னா சுளுக்கு விசிட்டு என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? ஐஸ் ஃபர்மெண்டேஷன் கொடுக்கலாம். ஐஸ் ஃபர்மெண்டேஷன் இஸ் குட் ஃபார் ஸ்ப்ரெயின்ஸ். ஃப்ராக்சர்ஸ் இருந்தா என்ன பண்ணணும்? ஃப்ராக்சர்ல யூ ஹேவ் டு இம்மோபிலைஸ். அதான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இம்மோபில் ஆட்டக்கூடாது அந்த இடத்துல. இம்மோபிலைஸ் பண்ணணும். இம்மோபிலைஸ் தி இன்ஜர்ட் ஏரியா. அவன் அப்படியே ஏதாவது ஸ்ப்ளிண்ட் பேண்டேஜ் எல்லாம் போட்டுட்டு அப்படியே ஹாஸ்பிடல்ல ஆம்புலன்ஸ்ல கொண்டு வந்துடணும். அண்ட் டிஸ்லோகேஷனுக்கு அதே மாதிரி தான். ஷோல்டர் டிஸ்லோகேஷன் ஆகலாம், நீ ஜாயிண்ட் டிஸ்லோகேஷன் ஆகலாம், எல்போ ஜாயிண்ட் டிஸ்லோகேஷன் ஆகலாம். அதுக்கும் அதே சேம் இதுதான். These are the different types of wounds. Abrasion ஆகலாம், incised wound, contused wound, lacerated wound, punctured wound. What is the wound first? எபித்தீலியமோட continuity வந்து damage ஆகுது. Damage ஆகும்போது it is called a wound. And woundல இருந்து there is bleeding. அந்த bleeding arrest பண்றதுக்கு தான் you have to apply pressure. Pressure apply பண்ணா எங்க bleeding இருந்தாலும் pressure apply பண்ணா நம்ம உடம்புல வந்து we have got clotting factors. கடவுள் வந்து நம்மளுடைய உடம்ப ரொம்ப அற்புதமா படைச்சிருக்காரு. There is no other machine that is equivalent to a human body. அந்த ரத்தத்துல வந்து clotting factorsலாம் இருக்குது. blood வெளியில வந்துச்சுனா தன்னாலே clot ஆயிடும். இல்லைன்னா நீங்க pressure கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா clotting factors will get accumulated in that place and it will get the blood clotted. இருந்தாலும் டேஞ்சர்ஸ் இருக்கு ப்ளீடிங்ல. ஏன்னா ப்ளீட் வந்து ஆர்டீரியல் ப்ளீடா இருக்கலாம், வீனஸ் ப்ளீடா இருக்கலாம், கேபிலரி ப்ளீட், இன்டர்னலா இருக்கலாம், எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. இப்போ வயிறுல ஒரு அடிபட்டிருக்கு அப்படின்னா ப்ளீடிங் இருக்கும், உள்ளுக்குள்ள இருக்கும், வெளியில தெரியாது. வெளியில வந்து ப்ளீடிங் இருக்காது, பட் உள்ளுக்குள்ள there will be bleeding that will cause major problem. brain அப்படிதான், brainல hematoma form ஆகி உள்ள bleed ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும். he will become unconscious. you will think external bleed இல்ல அப்படினா, but there will be bleeding inside. So these are all the dangers. So இந்த dangers எல்லாம் assess பண்ணக்கூடிய capacity should be there with everyone. அது டாக்டரா இருக்கட்டும், லேமேனா இருக்கட்டும், they should have the clinical assessment. என்னென்ன signs and symptoms இருக்கும் அந்த victimக்கு? இப்படி மேல இருந்து கீழ விழுந்தா signs and symptoms இருக்கும். he'll have a feeling of fainting, his hand skin will be pale, cold and clammy, pulse வந்து ரொம்ப வீக்கா இருக்கும், there will be sweating, there will be a feeling of thirst, தண்ணி வேணும் கேட்பான், shallow breathing will be there, there will be diminished consciousness. so இதெல்லாம் இருந்தனா he is in danger அப்படி தெரிஞ்சிட்டு அதுக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி you have to treat. either pressure points இருக்கு, அந்த pressure apply பண்ணனும்ல, pressure points entry, the pressure points ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல bleed ஆச்சுனா எந்த இடத்துல press பண்ணனா அந்த இடத்துல உள்ள blood supply வந்து கொஞ்சம் block ஆயிடும். so these are all the pressure points. next first aid measure is dressing. dressing can be applied for wherever there is bleeding. Pressure apply, pressure கொடுத்துட்டு you have to do the dressing. Next commonest thing is fracture. There are different types of fractures. Fracture na என்ன? எப்படி ஸ்கின்ல ஒரு டிஸ்கண்டினியூட்டி இருந்துச்சுன்னா இட் இஸ் கால்ட் wound. போன்ல ஒரு டிஸ்கண்டினியூட்டி இருந்தா இட் இஸ் கால்ட் fracture. இப்போ நம்ம உடம்புல வந்து இட் இஸ் மேட் அப் ஆஃப் நிறைய சிஸ்டம்ஸ். லைக் நம்ம ஆபீஸ்ல நிறைய சிஸ்டம்ஸ் இருக்க மாதிரி உடம்புலயும் நிறைய சிஸ்டம்ஸ் இருக்கு. என்னென்ன சிஸ்டம்ஸ் இருக்கு? ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி சிஸ்டம், சர்க்குலேட்டரி சிஸ்டம், ஸ்கெலிட்டல் சிஸ்டம், டைஜஸ்டிவ் சிஸ்டம், இப்படி நிறைய சிஸ்டம்ஸ். அதுல ஸ்கெலிட்டல் சிஸ்டம்ல ஃபுல்லா போன்ஸ். நம்ம உடம்பு வந்து இஸ் மேட் அப் ஆஃப் போன்ஸ். அப்படிதானே? காயமே இது பொய்யடா காற்றடைத்த பையடா ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாது உடம்புல. It's made up of just skin, flesh, bones, that's all. So if there is a fracture, you have to assess whether it is a simple fracture, compound fracture or complicated fracture. சின்ன hairline fracture இருக்கலாம், simple fracture இருக்கலாம், green stick fracture னா குழந்தைகளுக்கு வரது green stick fracture. பாதிதான் உடைஞ்சு வந்த எலும்பு. அது சின்ன குழந்தைகளோட எலும்பு வந்து ரொம்ப டெண்டரா இருக்கறதால it will not break fully, just halfway through. Then complicated fracture it will just get dislocated. Fracture or dislocate or it is called complicated fracture. All fractures like transverse fracture, spiral fracture, oblique fracture, நிறைய டைப்ஸ். சல்ல வந்து பாதியா போகாது, டிப்ரெஷன் இருக்கும், depressed fracture. Then open fracture. Open fracture னா fracture ஆகும், வெளியில ஸ்கின்ல வந்து ஸ்கின் ஓபன் ஆகி ப்ளீடிங் இருக்கும். That's called open fracture. அதுலயும் signs and symptoms assess பண்ணும். There will be pain, tenderness of the spot. Tenderness na onnu illa, pain da. Then there will be swelling, discoloration. Fracture la ipo ellarkume theriyum nenikiren. Any layman can find out whether there is a fracture or not. Irundhalum or x-ray eduthuvom. Ena the hairline fracture, chinna simple fracture la assess பண்றது கொஞ்சம் difficult-ஆ இருக்கும். First aid measure வந்து don't lift. உடனே lift பண்ண கூடாது. நான் அப்ப நேரமே சொன்ன மாதிரி if there is a fracture you have to be calm. அந்த இடத்தை போய் lift பண்ணிட்டு you should not cause more danger to that part of the limb. Then you have to follow the bandage rules. Different types of extremities இருக்கு. ஒவ்வொரு extremitiesக்கு ஒவ்வொரு type of bandage இருக்கு. The collar bonuக்குள்ள bandaging வந்து இத மாதிரி பண்ணனும். Bandaging the arms should be this way. This is another type of bandage. Leg bones should be bandaged in this way. Right. And then major accident hazard. Major accident hazard na enadhu? Major. Think what is major accident hazard? Namakku mattum illa நம்ம சுத்தி இருக்கறவங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் அது பிரச்சனை காஸ் பண்றது தான் major accident hazard. It is a source of danger that has the potential to cause a major incident leading to multiple fatalities, significant damage to the plant or equipment, environment on large scale impacts. So idu vaama paathukonum நம்ம அதுக்கு தான் சேஃப்டி ரூல்ஸ்லாம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணனும். நிறைய disasters, I think morning session you would have discussed about certain disasters. While I was coming inside also one faculty was discussing about the disaster. நினைச்சு பாருங்க disaster வந்து எவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்கும் மனசுக்கு. நிறைய பேர் இறந்து போறத பார்த்தா எவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். நம்ம சாதாரணமா இப்ப கொஞ்சம் ரீசன்ட்டா கோவிட் பார்த்தோம். அது வந்து that is because of a virus, but because of a hazard, because of lack of safety, there was a disaster அப்படி நினைக்கிறப்போ எவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்கும் மனசுக்கு. 1984ல டிசம்பர் 2 எல்லாரும் சுகமா எப்பவும் போல இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம வீட்டுக்கு போற மாதிரி போய் படுத்து தூங்கி தான் இருந்திருப்பாங்க. யாருக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும் மித்தைல் ஐசோசைனேட் லீக் ஆயிருக்கும்னு? Would anyone had imagined that would have happened? அது நினைச்சாலே புள்ள இருக்குது. எப்படி அது how it had happened? Just because there was no safety rules in place. ஒரு அலட்சியம். But it led to a very major disaster. அதே மாதிரி the Chernobyl disaster, December 2nd, 1984ல நடந்தது. தெரியும் நினைக்கிறேன் எல்லாத்துக்கும் இல்லையா? And Mumbai dock fire 1944. These all caused disasters which has caused people to start thinking what can be done, what should be done. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் எல்லா ரூல்ஸ், ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ், ஆக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமும் இன்னும் லேக்கா தான் இருக்கும். Still are we following all the safety precautions? Ask yourself, question yourself. Are we doing the right thing? Are we using the safety PPEs? The sad thing is no. அப்படிதானே? At least now we have to start thinking. Start practicing what is right and avoiding what is wrong, and start preaching others what is good. So what are the hazards you know? Physical, chemical, biological, ergonomical, psychosocial, these are all the hazards. And Dock Workers Act in the 1986 la pannanga, that is Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Regulations 1990. Then our port we apply this Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Regulations. There are 117 regulations, 11 schedules, forms. Okay, then coming to carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide na nare per theriyumla. What I am going to tell is what is known to everyone. And the access rate is very high. Whatever you want, you can search in Google. There is no point in me just standing and telling something. But just to reinforce what we know, I am telling this. Carbon monoxide, it will cause headache, it's a colorless gas, odorless. Before knowing what is going to happen, be swoon. There will be headache, giddiness, fatigue, blurry, double vision, shortness of breath, chest pain, nausea. Before you recognize the symptoms, you will be faint, already in faint. Carbon monoxide cannot be seen, can't be smelled, can't be heard, but can be stopped through carbon monoxide detectors and alarms. A working carbon monoxide alarm, it could save your life. Ammonia, we handle ammonia inhalation, there is no antidote. Ammonia, sulfur, antidote, no. Exposure, what you can maximum do is wash with water. Water wash whatever area it is, irritation, you have to wash. Eyes irritation, you have to wash. And then if you come to your doctor, they may give you bronchodilators and make the breathing easy. Oxygen kudupanga. Sulfur adhe maradha ippa sonnadhu. Sulfuric acid adhe maradha. Thermal exposure, you have to initiate a continue eye irrigation. Water irrigate pannu. Then you can apply some topical ointments. Inhalation exposure, you have to give oxygen. Oxygen should be given. And what is the doctor's ABCD action plan? Danger, you have to assess. You have to sense the danger, you have to respond, you have to check 3 things. A, B, C. ABC A? Can I hear? Someone tell? A, B, C na enadhu? Hello? Are you awake? ABC, what is ABC? Airway? Breathing? Circulation, right, very good. So all of you are awake. Thank you so much. Suppose there is no breathing, then you have to do CPR. CPR so we have already conducted BLS training programs for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that I will tell you the last slide. The right first aid response can significantly impact the recovery and ongoing health of the individual. You have to stay informed, stay prepared. Our readiness to act can make all the difference in a critical moment. எப்படி உடுக்கை இழந்தவன் கை போலே அங்கே இடுக்கன் களைவதான் நட்பு அப்படின்னு ஒரு குறள்ல உடுக்கை இழந்தவன் கை போலே நம்ம ட்ரெஸ் கீழே விழுந்தா உடனே டக்குன்னு அதே மாதிரி எங்கேயாவது ஒரு ஆக்சிடென்ட் இருந்துச்சுன்னா உடனே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் நம்ம போகணும். எத்தனை பேர் அப்படி முன்னாடி போவாங்க? எல்லாம் பின்னாடி தான் போவோம். ஐயோ நம்ம இதுக்கு வம்பு அப்படின்னு. So that should not be the attitude. We should come forward. We should do whatever help we can give. அடுத்தது drowning. Drowning also a lot of cases we used to get, not lot of cases, we have had cases of drowning. Drowning, there are different types of drowning. It may be wet drowning, dry drowning, freshwater drowning, seawater drowning. You'll be wondering what is dry drowning, what is that dry drowning? Tell me dry drowning na enna? Sollanuma vendama? Vendama? Theriyuma theriyada dry drowning? Theriyada. ட்ரை ட்ரௌனிங்னாலும் தண்ணிக்குள்ள விடுறது தான். ஆனால் ட்ரை ட்ரௌனிங்கில் தண்ணி லங்ஸுக்குள்ளே போகாது. அந்த தண்ணி லங்ஸ்குள்ளே போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே லெரிஞ்சியல் ஸ்பாசம் ஆயிரும். அந்த லெரிஞ்சியல் ஸ்பாசம்னால அவன் இறந்து போயிடும். அதான் ட்ரை ட்ரௌனிங். லங்ஸுக்குள்ளே தண்ணி போயிடுச்சுன்னா இட்ஸ் வெட் ட்ரௌனிங். லங்ஸுக்குள்ளே தண்ணி போகலைன்னா தட்ஸ் கால்ட் ட்ரை ட்ரௌனிங். அண்ட் சீ வாட்டர் ட்ரௌனிங்க்கு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் மெக்கானிசம் ஆஃப் ஆக்ஷன். ஃப்ரெஷ் வாட்டர் ட்ரௌனிங் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் மெக்கானிசம் ஆக்ஷனில் த டெத் வில் அக்கர். ஸோ அது வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி பிஃபோர் the patient succumbs, you have to act fast, do the first aid, bring him to the hospital and give the treatment. So, என்ன symptoms இருக்கும் drowning? There will be difficulty in breathing, skin color appears pale or bluish, there will be confusion, disorientation, loss of consciousness, abnormal heartbeat, nausea, vomiting. Drowning, you have to try to help the individual who is drowning. Yaar swimming idilunge? Okay, very good, very good. So drowning, first aid, you have to bring the patient to the safer side. First step is you have to bring him away from water and check his breathing and pulse. And if there is absence of breathing or pulse, immediately a cardiopulmonary resuscitation has to be done. Next is the snake bite. In snake bite also, patient வந்து move பண்ணக்கூடாது. Make him take rest. Move பண்ணா அந்த venom வந்து circulate பண்ணி சீக்கிரம் அந்த poison spread ஆகும். And you have to apply pressure bandage where the bite was occurred. Then you have to spin the limb and take him to the doctor. நிறைய types of snakes இருக்கு. Different types of snakes will cause different types of mechanism by which death can occur if the proper treatment is not intervened. So what are the do's and don'ts? Don't take the patient to a tantric. Don't suck the wound. அந்த காலத்துல அப்படிதான் வெட்டி அப்படி சக் பண்ணுவாங்க. அதெல்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டாம். You have to immobilize the affected limb. You have to apply the basic first aid bandage. You can wash with soap and water and bring him to a doctor. The 4 principles of first aid management are: you have to stay calm, do not take risk to yourself or to the injured persons or to the person who is witnessing. Manage the situation to give safe access to the person. Manage the patient in line with current first aid guidance. ஒரு 50 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வேற மாதிரி இருந்திருக்கும், இப்போ மாறி இருக்கும். அது 50 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி உள்ளதே செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்காது. You should know the fresh protocols for everything and do things step by step. Don't panic. You don't panic yourself and you don't cause panic to others also. அதுல நீங்க அமைதியா இருந்தாங்கனாலே மத்தவங்களும் அமைதியா இருப்பாங்க. Reassurance தான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப important. First we have to make them understand that nothing is very dangerous. Be calm. எல்லாம் சரியாயிடும். கவலையே படாதீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாலே பாதியில் சரியாயிடும். Next is burns and scalds. Fire accidents are very common. அதனால burns வரும். Scalds na liquid fire, the boiling water or boiling acid லாம் இருந்ததுன்னா it will cause scalds. Due to dry heat, chemical, moist heat or nuclear or electrical. Chemicals like acids and alkali will cause burns. Moist heat because of boiling water, steam, hot oil, any hot liquid. Nuclear burns due to bombs. Electrocution. What are the causes of electrocution? Poor insulated wires, ungrounded electrical equipment, using electrical equipment with contact with water and struck by lightning. Electrocution, what happens? Electric shock, there will be burns. Sometimes it may even go for cardiac arrest, muscle and nerve destruction, and sometimes instantaneous death. The severity depends upon the type of current, voltage, frequency and amount, duration of contact, surface area of contact and overall health of the person. நல்ல ஹெல்த்தியா இருக்கறவங்க கொஞ்சம் விஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ரொம்ப வீக்கா இருக்கறவங்க டக்குனு. So the symptoms are burns, change in alertness, broken bones. அது fits மாதிரி வரதுனால அப்படி தூக்கி போட்டு அதனால there will be broken bones, irregular heartbeat and heart attacks may occur, muscle spasms, fall, seizures, breathing problems, lung failure, இதெல்லாம் because of electrocution. What is the first aid for that? Disconnect the power supply, check for the victim's response and breathing. He may need a CPR. அப்போ சொன்ன மாதிரி தான், talk calmly, don't panic, call for ambulance. Burns or classification, first degree, second degree, third degree இருக்கு, depending upon the depth. நம்ம ஸ்கின்ல நிறைய layers இருக்கு. Depending upon the depth, it may be first degree, second degree or third degree. So burns வந்து நிறைய types இருக்கு. First degree, second degree, third degree. First degree na superficial இருக்கும். Second degree na partial thickness, blisters cause ஆகும். Third degree na இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் deep. First degree burns. This is second degree. This is third degree. Burns இருக்குது. ஒண்ணா immediate dangerல என்ன immediately what will happen? There will be severe pain, shock. இப்போ ஷாக்னா எனக்கு நல்லா தெரியும், எல்லாருமே ஒரு கன்ஃபியூஷன் இருக்கும், ஷாக்னா என்னன்னு. எலக்ட்ரிக் ஷாக் வேற, இது ஷாக் வேறயா? ரெண்டும் ஒண்ணா? ஷாக்னா என்னது? இந்த ஷாக் தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? எஸ் ஆர் நோ? வாட் இஸ் ஷாக்? Is electric shock same as this shock what I have put here? Or is it different? Different ah? தூங்கிட்டீங்களா? Are you awake? அப்பப்ப எழுதி விட வேண்டியிருக்கு. It is different. இந்த ஷாக்ல வந்து உடம்புல உள்ள தண்ணி சத்தெல்லாம் போயிடும். அதுதான் மீன் பண்றது இந்த ஷாக். ஹைப்போவோலிமிக் ஷாக்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ பர்ன்ஸ்ல எல்லாம் வந்து ஒன்று ரொம்ப சிவியர் பெயின் இருக்கும், இல்லை ஷாக் இருக்கும். டிலேட் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் வந்து இட் லீட் டு இன்ஃபெக்ஷன் அண்ட் ஸ்கார். ஸ்கார் டிஃபார்மிட்டி. பர்ன்ஸ் கேஸ் நிறைய பேர் பார்த்துருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ரொம்ப பாவமா இருக்கும். இன்ஃபெக்ஷன்லாம் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா பழைக்கவே மாட்டாங்க. அண்ட் அதில் வந்து நிறைய பர்சன்டேஜ் ஆஃப் பர்ன்ஸ் தான். ரூல் ஆஃப் 9 இருக்கு. ஒவ்வொரு பார்ட்ல எந்தெந்த பார்ட்ல இருக்குதுன்னா ஹெட்ல மட்டும்னா 9%, ஹேண்ட் 9+9, செஸ்ட்ல 9%, அப்டமன்ல 9%, லெஃப்ட் லெக். ஸோ டோட்டலா 100%. less than 30% burns இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஓகே, the person will survive without big intervention. But greater than 30% it is dangerous. Treatment கட்டாயம் கொடுக்கணும். The rule of 9, front and back. So first aid measure, as I told in the first slide, first you have to assess, monitor the casualties airway and breathing. If necessary, do a CPR. Flush out with cold steaming water. அந்த காலத்துல தண்ணி ஊற்றக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, இப்போ தண்ணி ஊற்றலாம்னு. அந்த என்ன படம், ஏதோ ஒரு படத்துல தண்ணியில் கொண்டு போய் போடுவாங்க. வெரி குட். And remove the rings, watches and other potential constricting items as burns swell up. Cover the injured part. So it's regarding burns. Then poisoning. What is poisoning? Poisoning na enadhu? Why do you call something a poison? Is food a poison? Are tablets poison? எப்போ பாய்சன் சொல்றோம்? அளவுக்கு மீறி போயிடுச்சுனா. அளவுக்கு மீறினால் அமிர்தமும் நஞ்சு, அப்படிதானே? அமிர்தம் கூட நஞ்சு சொல்றோம், மற்றதெல்லாம் என்ன? ஆனா சில இது வந்து அளவோட இருக்கும்போதே நஞ்சாயிருது. There are many poisons. So chemical poisons, pesticides, insecticides, acid poisons, then drugs, addiction, snake bite poisoning, எல்லாமே poisons தான். So other symptoms and signs, there will be pain, diarrhea, vomiting, asphyxia, fits, unconsciousness. So poisoning வந்துச்சுன்னா, if the patient is conscious, you can induce vomiting. உள்ள வயிற்றுல தான் போயிருக்கும், you can induce vomiting and bring the poison out. If he is unconscious, you should not induce vomiting. அப்படி unconscious இருக்க patient vomiting infuse பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? Aspirate பண்ணி அதுலயே அது போயிடுவாங்க. So you have to do a CPR. If corrosive also, you should not induce vomiting. Scorpion sting. இதெல்லாம் காமனா நம்ம பார்க்கக்கூடியது. Wash well with water. தண்ணி வச்சு கழுவினா போறோம், டாக்டர் கூப்பிட்டு வந்தீங்கன்னா போறோம். You not panic about scorpion bite. Unconsciousness is a serious thing. It will cause circulatory relapse, reduced oxygen in the blood. So you have to keep the head low. There will be pale, restlessness, cold. He'll be cold. He'll be sweating, rapid breathing, vomiting. இதெல்லாம் இருக்கும். Causes of unconsciousness, brain injury, apoplexy. So you have to monitor by ABC. If breathing is noisy, it indicates obstruction somewhere. You have to remove it. If there is no breathing, you have to do a CPR. You should not give anything by mouth. Spinal fractures are you should remove and take it to a hospital. Asphyxia means suffocation and there is no air in the lungs. It is very dangerous. The recovery position. ஒரு சர்ச் பட்டிருக்காரு. Unconscious ஒருத்தர்னா you have to bring him to the recovery position. இந்த position தான் safe. Then regarding foreign body, கண்ணில் தூசி போயிடும். சின்னதாக இருக்கும் கண்ணில் உள்ள தூசி, பட் கண்ணில் தூசி போயிடுச்சுன்னா எவ்வளோ இரிட்டேஷனாக இருக்கும் நமக்கு. It's a foreign body in the eye. Appo you have to apply water and remove it. Flush the eye with clean water to remove the foreign objects. Wash பண்ணிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் you have to bandage the eye. கண்ணை திறந்துட்டே இருந்தனா அது irritate ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும், so you have to bandage it. This is choking. Choking may even lead to death if it is not intervened in the proper time. அதுக்கு ஒரு மெனோவர் இருக்கு, அப்டோமினல் த்ரஸ்ட் இல்லைனா ஹெம்லிட்ஜ் மெனோவர்னு. எப்படி பண்ணணும்னு தெரியுமா? அது கையை இப்படி வச்சுட்டு ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணணும். ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணால் உள்ள காயின்லாம் முழுங்கினா கூட, சின்ன குழந்தைங்க காயின்லாம் முழுங்கினா கூட இந்த இடத்துல ரெண்டு கையும் வச்சு ப்ரெஸ், அப்டோமினல் த்ரஸ்ட்னு சொல்லுவோம். பண்ணால் காயின் கூட வெளியில் வரும். தென் மெத்தட் ஆஃப் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட். இப்போ அடிப்பட்ட ஒருத்தங்க இருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்கள தூக்கிட்டு போகிறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அதுவும் அந்த பர்சன் வந்து ரொம்ப ஹெஃப்டியாக இருந்துச்சுன்னா ரொம்ப ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். Then cradle carry. The ways and means how you can transport the patient. கீழே படுத்துட்டு கீழே இருந்து ஆம்புலன்ஸ்ல தூக்கி வைக்கணுமே, அதே எவ்வளோ பெரிய கஷ்டம். It's a human crutch. There are different types of methods by which you carry the victim. The pick a bag, drag carry, the fireman's lift. Fire service இங்க வந்திருக்காங்கல்ல இல்லையா? Fire service? Okay, right. Four-handed seat, fore after method, using stick, the human stretcher, fracture spine. Fracture spine is very dangerous. First aid, first aid kit போட்டு keep a small first aid kit. எல்லா இடத்துலயும் first aid kit வச்சிருக்கீங்களா? Have you got a first aid kit in all your firms? ஒவ்வொரு செக்ஷன்லயும் வச்சிருக்கீங்களா? And it has to be replaced. அதான் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். எப்போ வச்சது அப்படியே இருக்கும், எக்ஸ்பைரி ஆகி இருக்கும். அது it should not be that. அதை இன்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்றதுக்கு ஒரு ஆள் இருக்கணும். You have to allocate a person separately for that to inspect the first aid kit, and if the drugs in it have expired, you have to replace it and replenish it. Immediately replenish. This is CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Patient oda ABC assess பண்ணி ABC இல்ல அப்படினா ABC பார்க்கிறதுக்கு you should check the airway whether he is able to breathe, breathing movements இருக்குதா பார்க்கணும், and certainly pulse பார்க்கணும். பல்ஸ் எங்க செக் பண்ணி பாப்பீங்க? ரேடியல் ஆர்டரி தான் பல்ஸ் செக் பண்ணுவோம். செக் பண்ணி பல்ஸ் இல்ல, பிரீதிங் இல்ல அப்படினா you have to start a CPR. என்ன பண்ணணும் CPR க்கு? You have to make him lie flat on the couch or on the floor. ஃப்ளாட்டா படுக்கணும். ஃப்ளாட்டா படுக்க வச்சு நெக்க வந்து எலிவேட் பண்ணணும். சின்ன எலிவேட் பண்ணி நெக் வந்து should be like airway வந்து ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா இருக்கணும். அப்பதான் மூச்சு விடுறதுக்கு அவனுக்கு வசதியா இருக்கிற மாதிரி airway வந்து should be straight. And then pinch the nose, mouth valiya breathing கொடுக்கணும். 30 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. BLS training எல்லாம் வந்துருக்கீங்களா? BLS training we had conducted in our VOC port. JM Bakshi எல்லாம் வந்திருந்தாங்களே. Have you attended BLS training, all of you? Yes. That is very important. And we are in the process of conducting BLS training programs frequently hereafter. So this is the CPR method. How will you give a cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Mouth to mouth breathing, you have to give oxygen. Oxygen will be given to the patient through your mouth. You have to give rescue breaths. Along with compressions, you have to give rescue breaths. I welcome our Chief Medical Officer. Our Chief Medical Officer actually was very much interested. And this is the method how you will give the CPR, how you place your fist on the patient's chest. This is the way you do the CPR. And you can use an ambu bag also. So what is the definition of a major accident? A major accident means an acute incident such as a major spill, fire or explosion that immediately or subsequently entails multiple serious personal injuries or loss of human lives, serious harm to the environment or loss of major financial assets. So we should not land up in any of the major accident hazards. That is our aim. Our aim is to have safety precautions in our port, in the dock area, so that we don't land up in any of the major accident hazards. So the main kind of fatal accidents for workers in 23 and 24 is being put up, fall from height, struck by moving vehicles, struck by moving objects. This is the statistics. Then you have to prevent accidents. Actually, this is the hierarchy of controls. How can you give controls? It should be either by elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, and the last thing is the PPE. Suppose you are not able to do anything through the other controls, then it is up to the individual to take the PPE and use it. So we have to use all these controls, one of these controls, and prevent hazard from happening. So what are the 5 tips to reduce the workplace injuries? You have to display safety information clearly. எங்கெல்லாம் சேஃப்டி இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கொடுக்கணுமோ அங்கெல்லாம் சேஃப்டி இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கொடுக்கணும். இப்போ ஹை எலக்ட்ரிசிட்டி இருக்கிற ஏரியாலாம் அங்கே போட்டு வைக்கிறோம் போர்டில். பிகாஸ் ஐ ரிமெம்பர் நம்ம போர்ட்டுக்குள்ளேயே a person had entered the area and he was electrocuted. Safety measures clean identify பண்ணி எழுதி போட்டுருக்கணும். Then you have to deal with the hazard immediately. Suppose a person tells that there is a hazard that has to be taken care of and it has to be addressed immediately. Say அவங்க சொல்லிட்டு போறாங்க அப்படி விடக்கூடாது. That should be taken care of and it has to be addressed so that a hazard does not occur. We have to be vigilant. We have to provide PPE to all the required sites. And we have to research the particular safety vulnerabilities at our workplace. So with this, I think I can conclude my session, and I request our Chief Medical Officer has got few words. He can just take over and tell a few words. If you have got any doubts, feel free to ask any questions. Once again, I tell that our life is very precious. We have to take care not only of our lives, but the life of our people surrounding us, our workplace. And whatever action has to be taken should be taken on priority basis. Any questions? You can feel free to ask. No questions, sir? It means I was very clear or nothing was told? All clear. All clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Now I requested Mr. Rudul Kumar, sir, Director DG Post Mumbai, for giving a presentation for a moment to our Dr. Bairani ma'am. In continuation, our neighbors for Chief Medical Officer, to the Cellular Please welcome, sir.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for making this event a very useful one and a most successful one. And when we talk about work safety is very, very important. All of you must understand that whoever is getting trained here today must go and train others. The concept of training the trainers. So let's spread this awareness of training, safety protocols, safety guidelines. Everything is in place. So we need to implement these safety measures in order to protect ourselves and also our colleagues. So when I think Madam has given a very snapshot of the entire workplace hazards, how to prevent it, and in case if some casualties happen, what exactly to be done as far as the people who are working in that particular sites are concerned. So, you are all working in very hazardous areas. So please ensure, and also think that the doctor in you should be the first person in the doctor in you, which means everybody in the workplace is a doctor. You can save that one life if it is possible. So as far as our medical department is concerned, we have been doing periodical basic life support programs, both in the operational areas and even in the non-operational areas. So every month, basic life support நம்ம டாக்டர் வந்து கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்காங்க. So how to revive a patient? So which means you are the doctor there. So please understand that you can also be the doctor there to save that life. Okay? So that is one. The second thing is, when we talk about casualties or workplace injuries, and we must also think that the first guideline, that the point that comes to our mind is the code. When I say code, these are all institutional guidelines. When we say code red, red means danger. So when we say code red, that means all the members of the code red will be activated. This is in any hospital. One alarm will be there. They will say code red. The moment they declare code red, understood that there is something coming into the hospital. It could be a casualty, it could be a mass casualty. So code red is danger red. So the entire institutional faculties, doctors, the orthopedic surgeon, the neurosurgeon, the surgeon, everybody is there in the hospital. Everybody is there in the area to receive these patients who are injured. So this is called code red. This is what I am talking to you in the hospital settings. But in an operational area, there is no such thing called code red. Here you are the person who have to take a decision. You are the person who are there to save that one life that is possible. So in this pursuit, last year also we had a full day. I think we had a half-day workshop on basic life training and support, and we had collaborated with our Thoothukudi Government Medical College. We had a faculty from emergency team who had come here, and they had given a very good knowledge on life support. So it's a very useful thing. And last year's theme also was workplace injuries prevention. Last year's theme for World Trauma Day was workplace injuries and prevention. So all of us will have the, we all have the responsibility to save our own self and also save others in the need of the hour. That is the need of the hour. So I think this particular workshop would be really useful to all of us, and I hope you will carry this message because we are in a very we are working in a very hazardous environment where we have a lot of activity in the port area, so we must be safe. So play safe, be safe, and protect yourself and protect others also. So that is the message that you should take, clear message from this workshop. So I must thank the entire organizing team for having spent this whole day training our employees and our staff. So this would mean a lot to our staff. So I hope they will carry this message far and wide and spread this to others who couldn't attend this program. Right? So the message is loud and clear that be safe and try to save others in case of need. So with that, I will conclude this. I don't want to prolong this speech. So with that, I will extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the entire team of GG Falsi and all the other participants and delegates who have been patiently listening to this particular workshop. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I requested CMO, sir. Sir, please, in the days. Sir, please, I request you to give a moment or two our Vipul Kumar, sir. Sir, I requested Mr. Vipul Kumar, sir, Director, DG Postale Mumbai, to receive a memento from our CMO, VOC Porters. Clap your hands. Please clap. Again, this is Mr. Vijayendra Kumar, sir, Additional Assistant Director, IDS Tutorial, to receive a memento from CMO, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I requested our traffic manager, VOC Port Authority, to distribute the participants the certificates from our workshop. Okay. Now I will read. Please come forward immediately. Dr. J. Brithi, VOC Port Authority. Sir, I requested traffic manager to come to the yes, please. And CMO sir also, I am requesting, Vipul Kumar sir also, please. Our senior deputy traffic manager also, please come to the dais and just, and Vijayendra Kumar sir also, to assist with our. Okay, now Dr. J. Brithi, VOC Port Authority, for participant certificate, please. Our traffic manager requested. No, sir, no. Next, J. Anthony Vincent Raja, Vimal and Co. President, yes, Silver Raj, AST Global Services Limited. Ram Ganesh T from DBGT. Ram Ganesh from DBGT. Yan Meenakshi Sundaram, speak. Yan Meenakshi Sundaram from speak. Vijay Santosa Subramanian from Speak. Ye asking non-Prasad Aspin Board. Yam Manivandan from Speak. Yes, sir. Savior from Sea Princess. Please clap. Yes, sir. Savior from Sea Princess. Paramasivan from Technical Solution. Yes, Rajkumar from Green Star. Yes, Rajkumar from Green Star. Jayarajan from PCW. Jayarajan from DCW Limited. Arogya and Chakyard Agencies. Chakyard. Sarat from Sea Princesses. Pundraj from Sea Green. Pundraj from Sea Green. C. Satyamurthy, Senior ATM, VOC Port Authority. C. Satyamurthy, Senior ATM, VOC Port Authority. Abu Thomas from Genet Shipping. Mr. Abu Thomas from Genet Shipping. Abu Thomas from Genet Shipping. Thank you, sir. Abu Thomas from Genet Shipping. Thank you, sir. Next, the vote of thanks by our Mr. Bajendra Kumar, AIDS Trikurin, to give a vote of thanks. Excuse me, sir. Before the vote of thanks, the takeaways from Mr. Bipul Kumar Misra, Director, DG Postling, Mumbai. Please, sir. The summary of key takeaways.
Thank you. So, vanakkam, Anna, Thambi, Akka. So nice, we are taking so much knowledge from the morning to the evening is going. So from starting, chairman gave a lot of light on workshop. Our CIDS, our deputy chairman, all have given their own words in starting of workshop. However, we cover most of the things as we desired. For example, regulatory framework given by Sri Sumit Roy, CIDS, and in the session 2, occupancy safety and competence building, that session was taken by Dr. Kunal Sharma. And in third, after lunch, risk mitigation portion is presented by Dr. G. Ardhanarishwaran, Professor NIT Trichy. So after completion of session 3, session 4 was taken by our one colleague, Sri Tanchandan, Director Safety, RLI Chennai, and he covered hazards and risk in international container and bulk cargo transport involving volatile and toxic compound challenges and mitigation strategies. So after this session, Dr. Baby Rani covered the medical management strategy for dock emergencies. So most of the targeted item in workshop have been covered by all our designated speakers. So in summary, in concept, we can see we have covered enhanced focus on bulk liquid cargo, prevention of toxic release and vapor cloud explosion, as Sir told, use of advanced PPEs, personal protective equipments, industrial hygiene in dock operation, emergency response preparedness we have covered, cross-sector participation and experience sharing we have covered, collaboration between industry, academia, just like NIT Trichy, and regulators as us, reinforcement of safety culture in dock ecosystem we have all covered. So thank you so much for all speakers, thank you for VOC Port Authority, all our friends, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I call Mr. Bajendra Kumar, AADIDS Tripura, for vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to extend the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enriching and impactful one-day workshop on dog safety and handling of hazardous chemicals. This workshop has brought together some of the finest minds and professionals dedicated to advancing safety standards in our docks and port operations. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Susanta Kumar Purohit, Chairperson, VOC Port Authority, and Sri Rajesh Sundararajan, Deputy Chairperson, VOC Port Authority, for hosting this important event. Your commitment to prioritize safety at VOC Port and setting a benchmark for others to emulate is truly commendable. My sincere thanks go to Sri Alok Misra, Joint Secretary and Director General, DG FOSSI, Ministry of Labour and Employment, for his insightful presidential address and for articulating the government's vision for dog safety and its broader implications for industrial safety nationwide. My sincere gratitude also extends to Sri Sumit Roy, Deputy Director General and CIDS, DG FOSSI, for spreading this initiative and sharing his extensive knowledge on safety regulations and international best practices. Your leadership has been instrumental in the success of this workshop. I would like to express my appreciation to Professor Dr. G. Ardhanagriswaram, NIT Trichy, for his invaluable technical guidance and for delivering an informative session on managing risks associated with hazardous materials. A special mention to Sri Vipul Kumar Misra, Director General, for his exponential work planning, continuous support and guidance in organizing and executing this event. A special word of thanks to Sri Tanoj Chandran, Director DG FOSSI, for sharing his valuable insights and impactful session on hazards and risk management in cargo transport. A special word of thanks also to Dr. Kunal Sharma, Assistant Director DG FOSSI, for his enlightening session on enhancing competence in handling hazardous cargoes. I also would like to thank Dr. K. Baby Rani, Deputy CMO, VOC Port Authority, for her informative session on preparedness for medical emergencies.
And last, I also extend my heartful gratitude to Sri Dimmi George, Traffic Manager, VOC Port Authority, and Sri I. Arul Raj, Safety Officer of VOC Port Authority, and entire team of VOC Port Authority for their diligent effort in coordinating this workshop and ensuring its smooth execution. Your commitment to safety has made a significant impact today. Thank you all once again for your presence, participation and commitment to this noble cause. Wishing you a safe journey and continued success in all your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. மிக்க நன்றி. கொஞ்சம் big clap பண்ணிடலாமா? கொஞ்சம் big clap பண்ணிடுங்க சாருக்கு. Clap please. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your cooperation, coordination with us. Sir, okay. Please stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल